While I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come-out video, you get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshudat Badmos. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. You needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like, I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk. I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshudat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her, and then we took the race together and we continued the race. Then some other members joined, and we grew to about 13 members, and in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get? Some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you are aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is. And they really need to know, because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness, because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nikkei Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig, and nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle but a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tope somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tope's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard, and I paused and asked, why did you say Tope's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim loses the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tope, I told them I was interested in meeting Tope. But guess what? Tope is dead. Tope died as a result of isolation. Tope died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have two parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the north, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have anjonu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think anjonu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the anjonu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. You know, there was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and After a while, I started covering it with a scarf, and my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this. What's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia, because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. Then the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself, because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, doesn't want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow, because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia, because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family, because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized, because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her, and the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, you know, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, you know. And another thing is, it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, I mean, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is, at least one, I would say some studies have shown that it's one of the top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in Ariata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really, really there. But remember that when you are dealing with a specialty, so if we talk in the general population, maybe no. But if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we'll see we have a bit, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has a problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get, and some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days. This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members, my downtime and all, as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier that there was a time I was depressed. It was as a result of stigmatization because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. At every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, dem go beat you.
Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Hello and welcome to Ladies Talking Business. I'm your host, Moremi Akonwo. On this show, we break down the concept of business to its simplest form. With me in the studio today is Nkechi Alade, the principal consultant and founder of Elvarida, a business development and consulting company. Nkechi harnesses the power of entrepreneurship and its capabilities to revolutionize Africa with the motivation to help people find their true talents and make money out of their passion. She is a recipient of the 2021 Power Woman 100, a Tony Elumelu Foundation mentor, and has been selected to represent Nigeria at the Global Young Leaders Conference in the US. Happy to have you on the show today, Nkechi.
Thank you so much.
And thanks for joining us.
You're welcome.
Okay, so business coach. Let's get right into it. How would you advise that I place my business up on the global market?
Okay, so before you can even play globally, you have to have what is called local domination to a large extent, right? You go from being known, right, in your own space to an unknown place. So before you can open up yourself to a global market, you're going to be asking yourself questions like, what exactly does it mean to go global? Global now means that you're dealing with a larger audience, different cultures, different people on a larger scale. So it means that you're no longer producing a product just, say, for example, for the Nigerian market. You're considering people of different ethnicities. You're trying to consider, okay, how do I get into this market? So you ask yourself questions like, should I do the distributorship model? Perhaps partner with local people in that area. If I'm going to be on social media, it means my language is going to change. It means that I'm going to position my brand in such a way that it is global. So even though I am in Nigeria and existing from Africa, I should be able to speak to a global audience, right? It means that I'm going to ensure that my product is going to be usable there. So I'm not going to go to a global market and sell something that is not relevant there. So what that means is that research would play a very major role before you go global. Right, I've seen a lot of businesses make that mistake and think that, oh, I just want to market my business to everybody in the whole wide world. First of all, global does not mean everybody. Global still means that you're going to intentionally pick the market you want to get into because you have found that whatever you are producing, be it a product or a service, there is a need for that thing over there. So remember, saturated markets are everywhere. Going global means that you're even going to an even bigger saturated market. So what is it that's going to make you compete with already existing brands in that location? So like I've said before, research is important. Who are you speaking to in that market? How are you going to get in terms of partnerships? Have you looked into the legal framework? Have you looked into money? Because, for example, you're in Nigeria, you want to go and sell in dollars. You know that a lot of things are going to be going on there. So you're going to look at your operations, you're going to look at your back end, you're going to look at your shipping costs. So a lot of things to consider. But like I said, start locally before you start trying to go global.
So do you think there's a chance for anyone who hasn't, broken into the local market, in quotes, to make it globally?
So there's something in business, right? It's very important for you to sort of start out with a small market, whether it's global or it's local. You have to start with a small size market. We call it beta testing. You're trying to test with a small market, see what happens there. Imagine you go and make a mistake on a global scale. How do you recover from that?
It's an international mess up.
It's an international mess up. It's easier and better for you to sort of start locally, make your mistakes, cover your face with shame, learn from those mistakes, document the mistakes and say, okay, you know what? This thing has worked well. Let's say, for example, in Victoria Island. Let's do Victoria Island. From Victoria Island, we can now include Ikoyi, then we talk about Yaba, Sule. I don't believe in just everything at once. When we work with clients, we try to roll out an execution plan gradually. Don't just go all out because you might miss it. That's why you see, you have too many dissatisfied clients that you cannot win back. Focus on those ones that you're sure that you can deal with. You make mistakes, you can apologize, you can send them another set. Keep making those mistakes till you feel, to some extent, you're able to continue moving forward.
And there's something I also know from business, that sometimes you may not even be the one to make yourself global. Word of mouth.
Exactly.
So when you have customers that are pleased with your work or product services, they are the ones who begin to take you global.
Exactly. I would also add that some people don't even plan to go global, but then the demand for their products on a global scale. So we'll just use, for example, the fashion industry in Nigeria. None of them might have decided to go global on their own. But then the demand is coming. People are calling from Canada, from the US, from the UK, and then they're asking, they want our products. So that's another ballgame entirely. So the demand is there. So what that means is that you now need to meet up your supply with the demand, which is more interesting. Because there you already have a market. You're just going to supply And there are a lot of products that actually do that very well from Nigeria. You know, you consider fashion, you consider like the hair care, some of the beauty products. There's a lot of shipping going on from Nigeria to overseas, and that's global, whether you like it or not.
Exactly.
And then you start to look at, oh, I have this distributor in the US, or you can pick up from here. That's it. That's going global.
That's basically what
really
it means,
being
global.
Yeah.
Okay, so talking about running a business, there's something that I know is in troubles a lot of business owners, manpower. I know that it's a big deal. So even for a small business, let's even start with small business. I'm not even going to talk about the large corporations and all that. What should you look out for when hiring?
I like that question so much. The reason is because when we first of all started, we didn't handle recruitment directly for clients, but we had to go into recruitment because we realized that there's no way you can build like a fantastic business plan, set up a business and have the wrong people and get to any promised land. You're not going to go anywhere. And I've also seen personally that when people are trying to hire for small businesses, they don't realize it's not the same as hiring for the multinationals or the bigger firms. You're a small business. You have to continue to remember that you're small for a reason. So why do I say that? You're trying to get people who align with your vision. So when you're hiring for a small business, you're not just looking at CVs. Anybody can pay for CVs these days. And it's not a bad thing. It just means you're trying to be tidy. But hiring for a small business is beyond your CV. So you're looking out for people who are disciplined, people who are diligent, people who believe in the vision of the brand, people who are competent, people who are hardworking, people who are not just motivated by money, people who want to see the success of the business, people who see themselves as a part of something. Now, where I'm going is that you hire more based on character than competence. See, you can teach people the work. Most small businesses, if we're being honest, most of them are not really sure where they are going until year 3, year 5, year 7. So what it means is that they need people who are ready to evolve, grow with them, people who have the character, people who are resilient. It's not the easiest to find. That's why you find a lot of small businesses, turnover rate is very high. They are constantly recruiting, replacing. That is because they have not defined what they are looking for. Another thing I would say is that most business owners, they just feel they just need to hire people, not specifically for the need the business has. Yes, you might need, say, you need a graphic designer or a social media marketer, but what exactly is that person going to come and do? The person gets into the office, there's no job description, there's no guide, there's nobody telling them what to do, and then the person is not performing. Unfortunately, they cannot perform because even the business owner has not done their own work in terms of being a good leader and setting in place processes, procedures, setting up somewhat of a HR department, even though it is just you.
Business.
Yes, you need to have some form of policies. You need to have some form of framework, what is going to be happening. Because people can come in, remember they are human beings trying to build their own career. They come in and then there's really nothing there, there's really nothing for them. They would leave you. And it seems as if I can't seem to keep anybody, but you haven't tidied your business up. The back end is not working.
All right, thank you, Nkechi. We'll talk more on this after the break.
Okay.
We will be back for more conversations with Nkechi after the break.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
I'm still here with Nkechi Alade of Elvirada, a business development and consultancy company. Okay, Nkechi, so we were talking about businesses, structure, hiring, and all of that. But there's something that I think is very, very crucial. I mean, there are a lot of partnership businesses in Nigeria, but there's something, I believe that a lot of people go into partnerships without really knowing the cons of it. So you may just look at it that, oh yeah, we'll share risks and share liabilities and all of that. But what should you look out for before choosing a partner for a business?
Thank you so much for that question. A partnership in business is like choosing a life partner. It's like marriage. So whenever people say to me, I want to go into business with this person is my best friend, this person is my this, look, it's beyond friendship, it's beyond feelings. Partnership is long-term. You ask yourself questions. When the going gets rough, what are we going to do? So a few things that we put in place. So, I mean, we build a lot of partnerships for people. Some small businesses these days are coming together to merge because, I mean, economy is tough. People are trying to see, how do we keep afloat? I do this, you do that. Together, we can do more, right? So one of the first things is you must have things in writing. Have a contract. Bring in a legal person. What am I going to bring to the table? What are you bringing to the table? How are we going to share profits? You know, what are the do's and don'ts? If we're going to a third business deal with another person, another party, what do we do? So one of the first things you must do is have a contract. Secondly, you must be very sure that the person you're going to business with as a partner has a similar vision. Because if both of you do not have aligned vision, then I wonder what exactly that partnership is going to be about. Because you must be in sync. That's why I said it's like marriage, right? It's like both of you, even if you have your arguments in the bedroom, right, or at the back end, when you come to the forefront of the business, they must see unity, right? People that you're working with. So in terms of recruitment, in terms of contractors, vendors, there must be some form of unison. Then in terms of exit, that's another very important thing. If one party wants to leave or somebody has to go, you know, for voluntarily or involuntarily, what is going to happen to the business? How do you share things? It's always interesting when things are sweet in the beginning. But you see, when things get sour, if they do, if you haven't had that conversation in the beginning, there'll be a lot of problems. That's where you see that there's bad blood. Oh, I want to tear this company down into two. I brought my blood and sweat. So that's why from the beginning, when everybody is still happy and excited, let's talk about those things and document them and, you know, keep it somewhere that it is safe. When it comes to bank accounts, who is the signatory? How do we share profit? How do we do? So those very important conversations, partnerships are beyond how you feel. It's beyond, you know, this person is my best friend, this person is my husband. I even believe that even if it's husband and wife, even things should be written you should down. Write things down. Because when you go to CAC, they will tell you, put your names. They won't say we are a family. There's nothing like we're a family there. You put your name, you bring your ID card, everybody will sign. So the same approach should be used when you're going to a partnership.
Okay, so now to my, I don't want to say my most important question, but it's a very important question. So how do you stand out in a saturated market?
Okay, so a saturated market is an active market. So I think I really need to put that out there. And for a market to be active, you know what that means? It means the market is, something is happening, it's busy, right? It's working. So most markets these days are actually saturated, if we think about it. How many of them are how many monopolies do we have really, if you really want to think about it? So it's like saying, how do I survive in a marketplace, in the regular marketplace that we're in every day?
Everybody is selling almost the same thing you're selling.
Exactly. And the answer I would give you is, I would say it's really by being able to find your differentiating factor. And what is your differentiating factor? It's you. There's no other way I can say this in any other language, but it's for you to be able to discover what it is about you that makes you stand out. So I'll give you, you know, simple examples. Say the 10 people that are into, they all bake different breads, or they all make, let's say they all bake different brands of bread. Why should I buy this particular brand as against that one? It might be your form of marketing, right, that is unique so to a particular set of people that feel like, there's something about this brand that resonates with me. So your story, right, is going to influence the kind of marketing that you get into, which is going to tell me more about who you are as a brand.
So your story is important.
Your story is so important.
Your business.
The market is too busy. People are no longer making decisions just based on how much it costs, you know, who is using it and all of that. But what is it about you that connects with me? People buy emotionally and justify with logic. That's standard. So if I'm going to buy from you, there must be something that's connecting with me. If you go into a supermarket, for example, why do you choose a brand? What do you think makes you choose a brand? Not every time you see the price on it that makes you pick it up. Sometimes just familiarity. I like the feel you get when you go to the supermarket because there are so many different brands, but something makes you pick a brand. You might not have thought about it. It might have just been their advert or popularity, or you've always used it, or you don't want to waste your money, or their packaging, or you're watching TV and the way they were dancing, or the song just stuck in your head. Something just makes you pick a brand. So you want to be very, very strategic about knowing what thing you want to make people to pick your brand. Everybody can never be your customer. Standard. So, and as saturated as the market is, there's always space for everybody. Why? That's because everybody in the marketplace has a different kind of need. So you have to be clear on whose need you're satisfying and how you're satisfying that need. So I would say find your differentiating factor and make sure you model your business around it. Another thing I would say is your customer service is super important when you're trying to differentiate yourself in a saturated market.
I wish you could even delve into customer service, but if we try it, we won't live here in terms of customer service in the Nigerian market and everything. It's something else. But talking about customers, I was going through your social media page the other day and I saw something interesting, and I'm going to have to make you talk about it. You were talking about customer comfort zone. Tell us more about it.
Okay, so customer comfort zone is really where you just find that business owners are just comfortable. They are not moving away from there, sort of get new clients. They're so chilled. They're so relaxed. So what usually happens is that, you know when they say your comfort zone, nothing grows there, but you're just very easy being there. It feels comfortable. You don't want to sort of get yourself stressed. And that's what kills a lot of businesses.
So who are the people who make up that?
Family, friends. Those people that they've been your clients for years and years. You see, family and friends, they sort of form the foundation of most businesses. You start out with family and friends, then they start to grow branches. They refer their friends, who refer their friends. But if you're not, aggressive about bringing in sales, about lead generation, about networking, meeting new people, you remain in your comfort zone. And that's why I see some businesses that are not growing. They are making sales, don't get me wrong, but they are not growing. But they don't realize that they are not growing. But it seems as if nothing is working. Your friends and family will only buy from you for so long. And people love it when businesses thrive. I'm sure you get excited when you go through a page and you feel like they're doing well. Something is happening, they're busy, they're telling you about their achievements. You want to keep buying from those people because it seems as if something is working. But when you're in your comfort zone and you don't push yourself out of that place, you will continue to send WhatsApp messages to your family and friends every day. Oh, come and buy from me.
So you need to
tell
look
your friends.
outside
You need
that
to look
circle.
outside of that, your comfort zone. Do something different. Move out. Go for a seminar, go and share your cards to people, talk to people about what you do. You realize a lot of people are actually scared to do these things because they don't want to get the word no. No is amazing. It's good to hear no because no takes you to your next yes. If you're not getting no's, then how do you get yes? It's easy for your family or friend to buy from you. What about that stranger down the road? It makes you even question the value you're actually giving to the marketplace.
I mean, my next question was going to be the role family and friends play in running a business. So, but we've just, spoken about it. So at what point do you think it's safe to step out
of your comfort zone? As soon as you can, right? So I would say family and friends are a good way to start a business in the sense that they would give you some form of soft landing. They'll give you some form of capital to run the business in terms of their buying from you. Most times people can get loans. Most of the bootstrapping comes from family and friends in the beginning. But once you feel like you've built some form of feedback, oh, this has worked for me, I like this, I didn't, because they'll give you feedback more often than not. Please move away from there. Move away from there. But tidy your business up. Get the feedback, fix the problems before you branch out. Family and friends, they can still contain things. Your family and friend, you can say you're a tailor, you can keep their clothes for 3 months. They'll just be telling you now one for you. But you have to make sure that you're disciplined to deal with outsiders. You can't be taking people for granted, people's money for granted. They're not your family, they're not your friends. They don't know you. They just reached out to you to do business with you. You'll find that you become more, you're more serious. You want to make sure that you deliver because you don't want anybody to go on social media and
call you out. I agree.
Exactly.
So we will go on a short break. Please stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, dem go beat you.
Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Thanks for staying with us on Ladies Talking Business. We have been having conversations with a business coach, Nkechi Alade. So Nkechi, as a business coach, I know you have dealt with a lot of businesses. What changes would you like to see business owners make in running a business? So, I like to ask business coaches this a lot, and you'll be surprised that I hear similar answers a lot. But from your perspective, do you wish that these businesses knew better or know how to do better?
Okay, so I'll use Alvarita as an example. When we started Alvarita, it was really to fix those fundamental issues that I personally found that businesses were struggling with. So you find that businesses have been existing, they're making money, and all of a sudden they're stuck. Things just are not working. Everybody seems confused, and that is where lack of structure comes in. So one of the things that we do, and we ensure that we help small businesses and medium-scale businesses to do, is to help them to build structure, build processes. If you don't have a system that works, you will burn out. I'm not saying that you will not burn out normally, right? From time to time, you need to take breaks. But imagine you're unable to even have a life. Your phone is ringing, they are calling you to confirm bank alerts, they are calling you to do, because you have no system, no structure. So you can't even focus on what you should be doing as a business owner, which is bringing in new clients, networking, and developing yourself as a leader. You're focusing on things that an operations manager would do. So a lot of business owners are not business owners, they're actually operations managers. That is the truth. They might have several staff, but they keep on micromanaging because there's no structure.
Well, sometimes it could be from a place of we don't know who to trust, especially when it comes to money.
That means you're hiring the wrong people and you're not putting systems in place. I'll be honest with you, no matter how many people you hire, look at the biggest companies in the world. Imagine if they were in the accounting department. It's not going to work. You have to make sure you build a system that works. Build people, create people that have a vision. No matter what you do, unless you want to be in the marketplace where you're just getting your money yourself, there's a difference between building a business that is successful and running an expensive hobby. A lot of people are running expensive hobbies. They haven't realized it because they don't even have books. That is part of structure. What kind of accounting are you doing? Are you even in business? Some people just get paid and next thing they've purchased a few things off social media. You're not in business, unfortunately. So putting in a proper system and structure would really help you as a small business, because every big business was a small business. Nobody just wakes up to become a big business. So there's no big business problem. I hear a lot of, oh, that's a big business problem. No, it's a business problem. If you really want to run a business, put in some form of structure. Make sure you take your customer service seriously. Because you see, one customer, I believe, is connected to 100 people. And it's so easy to kill a relationship with a customer. Very easy to ruin a customer's relationship.
I don't know if you would agree with me that we haven't understood the concept of customer service in Nigeria properly. I don't know if you agree with me, but that's what I think. But why do you think that is a problem in this part of the world?
So I think that I've actually thought about this thing a lot because, I mean, customers should be your priority, right? Yeah. But then you find there's a lot of pride, I would say. There's a lot of ego. I'm a business owner, so why should I be talking to you? You should be talking to me like that. You know, the culture we're in is a culture that people want respect. And if somebody's paying you $1, they expect you to be humble. So some people are like, is it because of just? They want to put that just. Customer service, they've killed everything. They've already killed it all. So you have to understand that as a business owner, you must put the needs of your customer first. And that's why when we're talking about, building a global business, and I say local domination, as you're here in Nigeria, understand the culture. For example, we're in Lagos. There's a culture in Lagos. There's a Yoruba culture. I'm Igbo, but I'm in a Yoruba land. So what that means is that I must be able to understand the way the culture here works. If I really want my business to work effectively and efficiently, train my staff. What are the words that are allowed to be used in this company over the phone? What is not allowed to be used? In this company, we don't say this. In this company, we don't say. Sometimes when you even chat with people on WhatsApp, you're like, what did I do wrong? All I want to do is buy from you. It's as if you are now begging them to please respond to you. Sometimes they send your order maybe with a dispatch rider and then they're saying to you that I call the dispatch. How can I call the dispatch? The service is not complete until it gets to me, the customer. I have paid for all of these things. But because I feel like people are not just equipping themselves with the right knowledge. Yes, you own the business, but the customer's, satisfaction, customer's service, customer's needs should really be your priority.
I agree. Finally, Nkechi, in your opinion, how do you think the government, and when I say the government, I mean the Nigerian government, can help small businesses, have better and easy access to market and infrastructure? What do you think they can put in place?
Policies, They need to help the small business owner with favorable policies.
Like in what areas? If you say policies?
Economic policies. Look at the economy today, the forex exchange rate. Businesses that are trying and depend on like forex for business. Trust me, it's not easy. You know, the rates are skyrocketing. Businesses are sinking, and guess what? The purchasing power of the people is not increasing. So what that means is that the business owner cannot increase their prices. So a little 15 naira difference on your price, people will stop patronizing you. So what that means is that the business owner is now struggling, okay, how do I reduce the cost of operation so that I can continue to stay afloat, keep my staff and pay their salaries and still satisfy the needs of my customer? So we need policies. We need them to help us with some form of, tax rebate, the VAT, things that are tough for the small business owner. Give us some kind of loans that we can pay back, over a good period of time with very interesting interest rates. So these are things that the government can help us with. It's not easy being a business owner in Nigeria. It is not.
I've heard people say if you can run a business successfully in Nigeria, then you can run a business anywhere in the world.
I believe you can even do anything. I believe you have a superpower. Because it takes a lot to be able to manage people. Every day you wake up with a new policy, you're managing to get your money, do your transactions, and still stay afloat. It's not the easiest, but the government can support us in more ways than one. Give us some form of soft landing. It's already tense. The environment is tense, but they can make it easier for us. Because what is happening with the economy now is that it's making it a bit difficult for foreign investors to want to come in and do business. Because you can't just wake up tomorrow and then a policy comes out and just knocks you out of business. So the government sort of has to carry us along in some form of decision making, having the right people to consider the people that are in business before they come up with these, policies that are closing down industries overnight.
Amazing. So aside policies, what else would you advise?
Yeah, we spoke about the tax. Yes.
Okay.
And then interest rates, some good loans, if possible, and some very good government grants would really go a long way. In helping. Electricity, there's no lights in Nigeria.
I was waiting for you to say
there's
that.
No power.
Because I've heard that
There's no power. And, these are just things that would help us to reduce the cost of running a business. Because what makes business high is expenses. If we stop paying for, let's say, buying a fuel, diesel, and even the things like gas. Do you know how expensive gas is now? It's all over. It's ridiculous. So imagine those in the food industry. What is it really costing them to make this food? So there are a couple of things that the government has to look into back end to sort of help the business owner to be able to even break even, if at all.
If at all. I like that. Thank you so much for joining us on the show today, Nkechi. We wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thanks for tuning into Ladies Talking Business today. Don't forget to follow us on PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I'm Moremi Akonwo. See you next time.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica. Good afternoon, I am Justin Akadonye and this is the news brief on Plus TV Africa. Now, the ongoing trial of an undergraduate of the University of Lagos, Chidinma Ojukwu, over the alleged murder of Michael Ataga, the chief executive officer of Super TV, has been stalled yet again. Ojukwu's trial was stalled due to a contest of integrity of the deceased bank statement presented before the Justice Yetunde Adesoya. The accused, who has been charged with murder, stealing and forgery alongside her sister, Chioma Egbuchu, and one Adedapo Kodri, is standing trial before a Lagos High Court sitting in Igboshiri. Now, two representatives from Access and GT Coal Banks had appeared in court to tender the statement of account of the deceased as evidential documents. The False Defense Counsel, Onwuka Egu, however, objected to the evidence being tendered, saying the document came like a spring of surprise. On his part, the second defense counsel, Babatunde Busari, objected to the bank statement on the basis that it was different from the account details already tendered to the court as an exhibit. Now, the Lagos State Deputy Director of Public Prosecution, Adenike Oluwafemi, later prayed the court for an adjournment so as to make the needed adjustment. The trial was adjourned till Tuesday, April the 26th. Now, the 10-year-old female student suspended by Christian schools at Lagos State over alleged sexual misconduct with a colleague during a school competition at Dubai, United Arab Emirates, has deleted all the videos on her account on a social media app, Likey. The account with over 12,400 fans drew attention shortly after a video clip of the pupil and her male colleague engaging in sexual act went viral on Twitter. The child had been operating that page for 3 years before the incident at the Dubai competition happened. While saying she was raped, her mother accused the management of the school of conducting a pregnancy test on her without parental consent, allegations that were denied by the school. Now, the Lagos State government had shut the school before reopening it last weekend. However, last week, the state government and the police authorities grilled the school management, the teachers who participated in the competition, and the pupils' parents. The Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, says that it will be an injustice if he did not contest the 2023 election with his vast experience in the last 7 years in office. Osinbajo, who said this when he visited Governor Oluwarotimi Akeredolu in Ondo State, hailed President Muhammadu Buhari's open-mindedness in delegating to him serious tasks that had aided his experience. He said that God puts people in power, but noted that it would be a betrayal to his country for him to retire with all his exposure in government. Now, the Rivers State Governor and PDP presidential aspirant, Nyesom Wike, has asked the delegates in the party in Adamawa State to vote for him in the party primary scheduled for May the 27th and 28th, as he is the only one with the capacity to defeat the incumbent APC in the 2023 general elections. Wike, who was in Yola on the mission, told delegates that this is the only chance the PDP has to reclaim its supremacy against the ruling APC, and that failure to achieve that will bring an end to the existence of the PDP in Nigeria.
Your Excellency, our umbrella is very big enough to accommodate not only Nigerians but the entire sub-Saharan Africa. But for us to know the hope of Nigeria are keenly on PDP, and the hope of masses in Nigeria are on PDP.
My brothers and sisters, I welcome you on behalf of the good people of government of Adamawa to Abia State on this visit that have escorted one of us that have distinguished himself exemplary in all facets of life, and which we have caused to unite him, particularly in the kind of developmental project that is deployed in Rivers State. Like he said, even though I'm not supporting you, but as a member of my party, I will support you with all prayers, and I wish you luck in your endeavor.
I have not left PDP general party. But what we are coming here today is for me to present myself to you, that I have made myself available to run for the presidency of Nigeria. But that can only be done if you delegates will give me a mandate on the 28th and 29th of May 2022, which is almost 1 month. We must elect somebody who can win election for PDP. This time around, there's no sentiment of where you come from. What PDP needs now is to win an election. And who is that if you present him today, can face APC, can face this government to win an election in 2023? It is me.
A youth group, the Coalition of Southern and Middle Belt Youth Leaders Assembly, has criticized President Muhammadu Buhari and the All Progressives Congress for pegging its presidential nomination form at 100 million naira, saying such was intended at promoting corruption. Now, the group said it wondered how someone applying for a job with a remuneration of 56 million naira for 4 years would be expected to apply for the job within or with 100 million naira if the president and his party were not planning to steal from the country. In a press statement signed by the leaders of the various zones of the group, including its President General Goodluck Ebem on Monday, it said the reason behind the high cost of the party's presidential form was beyond human comprehension. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says fresh registration in the ongoing continuous voter registration has hit over 8.5 million naira as at Monday. 8.5 million rather as at Monday. The Commission disclosed this in the CVR update on Quarter 4, Week 2, released in Abuja on Monday night. The Commission also disclosed that 5.1 million registrants had completed registrations, with over 2.2 via online and 2.8 million through physical registration. According to the Commission, the gender breakdown of the registrants that have completed registration comprise over 2.5 million male and over 2.57 million female. The released statistics also indicated that 3.53 million of the figure are youth, while 43,153 persons are with disabilities. The House of Representatives has suspended its plenary session scheduled to hold today. Now, this is due to ongoing renovations in the House chambers, a notice from the House clerk had said. The clerk attributed the development to the renovation of the Green Chamber and to allow various committees complete and turn in their report. He added that a new resumption date would be made available. Now, the Green Chamber had approved the request of President Muhammadu Buhari to earmark 4 trillion naira for petrol subsidy before proceeding on Easter break. The legislators were asked to use spacious committee rooms for their plenary sittings, as the renovation is expected to last 16 months. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has arrested a suspected billionaire drug baron behind a $3 billion tramadol deal allegedly involving Abba Kyari-led intelligence response team. Afam Malinton Emmanuel Ukatu's arrest followed months of surveillance and evasion of arrests, according to the agency. Ukatu is the chairman of Malinton Group of Companies and was arrested on board a flight to Abuja at the Lagos airport on Wednesday, April the 13th. And now to health matters. The Adamawa State Commissioner of Health and Human Services, Professor Abdullah Isa, says information revealed by the National Malaria Elimination Program shows that annual malaria-related deaths is over 90,000. He stated this in Yola to mark this year's World Malaria Day, as the government called for adherence to control measures for the elimination of the disease. The commissioner, who was represented by the permanent secretary in the ministry, Rhoda Yohanda, said despite the prevalence of malaria declining both at the state and national level, the disease still remains a major public health burden in the country.
The National Malaria Elimination Program revealed that over 90,000 malaria-related deaths are recorded in Nigeria every year. Nigeria accounts for about a quarter of global burden of malaria, with 9 to 10 persons dying of malaria or malaria-related causes every hour. The prevalence of malaria is declining as shown in national surveys from 27% in 2015 to 23% in 2018. For Adamawa is 21%.
We have all the preventive measures that is on ground. The use of mosquito net that was shared in 2020. So people should take that advantage, use the net to ensure that they protect themselves from malaria. They should not be staying outdoor for long before when they were already bitten by mosquito and go in and sleep inside the net. They should ensure they wear long clothes and hand gloves with socks and cover themselves very well. Mostly those ones that are at risk, the children under 5 and pregnant women, they should use the net.
Now, Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo has expressed optimism that despite the challenges the country is faced with, the future is bright. Professor Osinbajo, who was represented at the annual Nigerian Baptist Convention, enjoined all to stay positive. Our correspondent Jacinta Obiuku has more.
All the bandits, all the kidnappers.
Praying for the nation, Nigeria, is top on the list of the 6-day 109th annual Nigerian Baptist Convention.
The kidnappers, the wicked, fighting Nigeria, fighting our peace in the north, in the east, in the south, in the west. We declare them defeated in the name of Jesus. Amen.
The Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, believes the future holds the best for the country, even in the deep-seated menace he was represented.
God's word instructs us to give thanks in all circumstances, when things are good and when things are even complex. Because our God is a God of complex situations. He steps into things even when they get really, really complicated. He is not a man whose options are limited. He has no limits. He has no boundaries. He has no quotas. He is God. And this is why I am completely convinced that the future of our nation is very bright.
He called for a positive mindset and confession.
If we want our personal circumstances to change, or we want our country to be at peace and to prosper, we, the saints of God, we must declare it. We must speak the reality we desire. We have been empowered by the Spirit of God, who is in this convention and in this nation, to use our praises, to use our thanksgiving, to roll away the stone of insurgency, of kidnapping, of economic hardship, of unbelief, of fear and hopelessness, which is facing us as a nation.
Baptist Church has been on the receiving end of the nation's insecurity, remembering the case of over 118 abducted Bethel Baptist High School students in Kaduna. The Baptist president, Reverend Dr. Israel Akanji, told the government to up its game in securing the people.
If the bandits will be getting in touch with relations, telling them that we got your phone number from your relative, if you don't bring so amount, we will not free the person, and we have waited and help has not come. And in certain cases, we have even had to go and give money to them because life is bigger than money. To retrieve little children from the hands of bandits, we experientially and existentially can say that the government needs to do more than it is doing the best of the government is not enough.
With the convention theme entering into newness with praise and thanksgiving, one can only hope for a better Nigeria, even as the nation goes into another general elections. Jacinta Obiuku, PlusTV News.
On completion, the Lagos Blue Line Rail will run on electric tracks with electric motor vehicle EMV, and as such, citizens have been warned to keep off the train lines. The state governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who handed down this warning while speaking with journalists shortly after inspecting the Blue Line Rail, assures residents that the completion date of the two rail projects remains inviolable. Now, PlusTV News correspondent Love Ikuku-Oyedokun tells us more in this report.
The train took off from the National Theatre Igomu to Orile, through Alaba, Mile 2, and back to the Marina axis of the state, having Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, some members of his cabinet, officials of the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, and contractors handling the project on board. The governor inspected the ongoing works on the Blue Line Rail project and stations and a new 4-coach train, which according to him is a typical train that will be used on the Blue Line. He expressed satisfaction at the pace of work, maintaining that the project will be delivered on schedule. Sanwo-Olu was unhappy at the level of vandalism along the rail corridors and warned perpetrators to desist from such acts.
There are electric trucks. They are going to be running on electricity, and you will know that citizens or passengers or anybody whatsoever cannot walk on those things. Right, so gentlemen of the press, you have that responsibility. From now, we begin to mention that for the next 6 months, 8 months, we begin to mention that this track is not like the red line. The red line is DMU, but the blue line is EMU. So these are some of the communications that we need to begin to pass out, and they are electric train lines.
The governor also assured that adequate security would be put in place at every station and platform with the use of CCTV. He disclosed that the state was set to bring in from China additional 2 sets of 4 train coaches by September and October.
The additional trains that were procured for the Blue Line, we're going to be going to China when they open up, maybe in May or June, when it's completely completed, just to have a look and send it on shipment to probably get to the country before September, October. So based on the promises we gave you at the beginning of the year, we are still on track at both the red line and the blue line.
Governor Sanwo-Olu then moved to Akpongbo, where he once again inspected the bridge recently gutted by fire, giving the traders another 3 days ultimatum to vacate the area. From Lagos, Love Ikuku-Oyedokun, PlusTV News.
And outside the shores of Africa, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has kicked off defense talks with more than 40 countries at U.S. Ramstein Air Base in Germany by expressing confidence that Ukraine can prevail against Russia in the 2-month-old conflict. Now, Austin assured Ukraine full support and called Russia's invasion baseless, reckless, and lawless. He said nations of goodwill from around the world stand united in their resolve to support Ukraine in its fight against Russia's imperial aggression.
Ukraine clearly believes that it can win, and so does everyone here. Ukraine needs our help to win today, and they will still need our help when the war is over. As President Biden says, our security assistance has gone directly to the front lines of freedom and to the fearless and skilled Ukrainian fighters who are standing in the breach. My Ukrainian friends, we know the burden that you all carry. And we know, and you should know, that all of us have your back. And that's why we're here today, to strengthen the arsenal of Ukrainian democracy.
Twitter's board has agreed to sell its platform to the world's richest man, Elon Musk, in a $44 billion deal. The deal puts the Tesla chief executive in charge of a company with 217 million users and an influential role in shaping the political and media agenda on both sides of the Atlantic. Musk tweeted Monday and said, "I hope that even my worst critics remain on Twitter because that is what free speech means." End of quote.
I think he's like just kind of throwing his money around a little bit. I don't really think it was useful. I think he's kind of like just being a bully because he's so rich. He should leave Twitter for what it is, and I don't think they should sell it to him. To be honest, I don't think they should sell him Twitter because people use it for different reasons, social media to contact people, and that will completely wipe that away, and, it'll mess the business up. Like, some people really take Twitter serious.
I think there's a whole lot of uncomfortable implications with that because, I may not be as well versed in this kind of thing, but what I do know is that Elon's been one of those people who tends to break the terms of service pretty regularly and go after people. And, he's got such a huge platform. I think that that's dangerous, especially for him to have that control. I feel like there's a strong chance that people who criticize him are going to get shut down more. I can't say for certain because it hasn't happened yet and it's so fresh, but I think that there's a lot to be said for somebody as opinionated as he is having that power to do that, because there's so much temptation to just go ahead and abuse it the way you want.
In business news now, the Minister of Mines and Steel Development, Olamilekan Adigbite, says Nigeria has about 70% road infrastructure deficit, while stressing the need for the country to boost local bitumen production. According to the minister, only 50,000 kilometers out of 200,000 kilometers of road networks are paved in the country. The minister disclosed this in Abuja during a press briefing on the concession of the delineated Nigerian bitumen blocks. The minister added that the cost of road construction in the country would ultimately go down with the local production of bitumen, which would also lead to import substitution, local content development, and increased value addition to the mining industry, job creation, and more revenue for the government. Now, Egyptians can now contribute to reducing food waste by ordering fresh excess food from restaurants and other suppliers with a discount via the application to Kaya. Users in the Arab world's most populous country can also order meals and send them to charities. Now, restaurants too can donate their excess food for free. The application was founded by the Dubai-based couple Mena Shaheen and her husband Max Huston, who launched it in 2019. While the application now relies on a provider-to-customer model, a future phase of the project will introduce a provider to provider model where supermarkets sell their excess product to restaurants at reduced prices. In entertainment news now, actor Johnny Depp has concluded his testimony on Monday in the defamation case he filed against his ex-wife Amber Heard, saying he was the victim of domestic violence in their relationship and was broken by the time their marriage fell apart. Depp's fourth day on the witness stand in a Virginia court ended with his attorneys playing audio from a conversation that took place after Heard had secured a restraining order against him in 2016. In the recording, Depp proposed that the couple issue a joint letter saying they loved each other and the media had created a storm around them. The suggestion was an attempt to find a peaceful settlement, according to Depp. Sports news now. U.S. President Joe Biden has welcomed the Tampa Bay Lightning to the White House to celebrate the National Hockey League team's back-to-back Stanley Cup championships. He and his fellow Democrat battle with the Republican governor running the team's home state of Florida. Now, Monday's visit was the Tampa Bay team's first ever visit to the White House to celebrate a Stanley Cup championship win. The team was unable to visit the White House earlier to celebrate their 2020 and 2021 wins due to COVID-19 concerns. Now, the team's 2004 victory, the Lightning's first ever Stanley Cup win, was not celebrated by then-President George W. W. Bush amid an NHL labor dispute. The Lightning's victories in 2020 and 2021 made the team only for back-to-back Stanley Cup champions in the last quarter of the century.
In 2020, your fans watched you win from thousands of miles away as you competed in the bubble in Edmonton due to the pandemic. But this past season, you got to deliver something truly special, hosting the Cup on your home ice in front of the Tampa faithful. And don't underestimate what that feeling meant to so many fans, especially kids, and lifelong memories you created for countless families. Folks, the victory capped off an incredible run by one of the most well-rounded teams in recent memory. And last year, your home arena also became a lifeline for families in Tampa. The First Lady, and I am Jill's husband, came down with Dr. Fauci during the Stanley Cup semifinals to encourage hockey fans to get vaccinated at your arena through a program called Shots on Ice, helping save lives, helping bring us back to our lives and loved ones, and helping the country and our economy go from being on the mend to on the move.
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram pages. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayome Saleh, and today I'm joined by the amazing ladies. We have, these are the, what's it called?
The Monday tonics.
Monday tonic and party rockers. Not party.
Not really.
Light choppers.
You got it. That's my ministry. You got it.
Who am I starting with? I'm telling you, I've not seen you since Rwanda. How are you, Elsie Godwin? I'm still seeing the pictures. Lovely. You had so much fun.
I had fun.
I can see.
I did have fun.
You did.
Too
much
fun.
Too much.
We're playing another fun.
Yes. So.
Yeah, we'll get back to you guys on that.
That's the light choppers there. But how was it? How was Rwanda?
It was good. It was beautiful. And I when you read some things about a particular place in the media, especially when you're already with the Nigerian mentality, right? And you just think, okay, maybe it's just media. And then you go there, it's really what they say it is. I love how neat the country is.
Oh, really?
Or at least Kigali is. Let me not say the country, but I love how neat it is. And peaceful, calm. People wait and do things when they're supposed to do it. In fact, there are some things they do there that I know it can never work in Lagos. Never. It's not about corruption. It's about the
order.
The
order. The
not
people.
Even the population. Like we're a lot. So imagine before you get into the airport, I have to. If I'm in the car, I have to calm down. The car will go through its own check. Then the human beings will go through their own check before you get into the airport.
We're not gonna do it.
That I said it can't happen.
It can't happen. But those are security checks. So that happened to me when I went to Kenya. I think so.
It cannot be.
But I don't think
Maybe they can do it in a way.
I don't think no way. No. How about you, buddy? How was your weekend?
No, weekend was good. So on
you
Saturday.
Refreshed.
My weekend was refreshed.
I do.
You only asked for Rwanda.
You went to do massage now. Talk about that later.
I'm telling you, mine was very good. I went out on Saturday with my friends. So I just hung out with my oldies. Oldies but goodies. Yeah, so I had a good time. And then Sunday was just sleeping all day.
Money be honest. Was there money to be made in that hangout?
Funny enough, for the first time, there was no money to be made.
No, she's honest. She's for the first time.
For the first time, yes.
Arguing.
Normally, I wouldn't do anything if if I'm not making money, if I'm not doing business, if I'm not, moving forward, I will hardly do it. Yeah, but this time,
I want to be like you when
it's getting better.
Are you serious? Is that about getting better? I don't know.
No, it is.
For me right now, see, 2020.
Yeah,
well, it's about balancing life, yes. But 2022 right now for me is about the numbers. So it's the year of the numbers. So
okay, interesting.
Money.
Yeah,
it's not easy to be money.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
All right, so we're having an interesting conversation. Today we're discussing youth participation. We always try to find everything politics that we're talking about. We have an interesting guest. Very young lady. And she's ran for office of the House of Representatives in House of Assembly in Lagos. So she's running again this 2023. So
Amazing.
I'm super excited about hearing from her and some of the challenges that young people are facing when it comes to politics and involvement. And we're discussing politics and we're talking about participation, especially youth participation in politics. And here's what we found as today's quote. One of the penalties for refusing to participate in politics is that you end up being governed by your inferiors. This is from Plato. Despite making up more than half of the population in many countries, young people ages 18 to 30 often find themselves marginalized from mainstream politics and decision making. They struggle to gain the respect of public officials and are seen as lacking the skills and experience to engage in political activities and lead positive change in their communities. Now, Okikiola Taiwo Jolupon is here to discuss why young people must participate actively in politics. But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need.
Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
You're still watching Ways. World Malaria Day is marked annually on the 25th of April to focus global attention on malaria. And its devastating impact on families, communities, and societal development, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. This year's theme is harness innovation to reduce the malaria disease burden and save lives. Malaria remains a significant public health and development challenge. In the last year, about 95% of the estimated 228 million cases occurred in the WHO, that's the World Health Organization, Afro region, along with 602,020 reported deaths. World Malaria Day is an occasion to renew political commitment and encourage continued investment in malaria prevention and control. So, World Malaria Day today. Who are we starting with about malaria? What's your experience with malaria? I don't know the last time
we've all had malaria at some point in our lives.
Yeah.
A day like this, it's important for me to just remind everybody, not just our leaders and not just Nigeria now, Africa as a whole, the kind of attention and let me just leave that attention we give to COVID-19. If you look at statistics, right, if you look at the number of deaths we have from malaria in this part of the world, then if we are to be shutting anything down, then it should be shutting down for malaria. I mean, a friend of mine would say it became important for even the government, the high and mighty, to talk about COVID-19 because it was no respecter of class. Your money cannot save you. You can't decide to just build an amazing home or have your own segregated estates.
It's not possible.
Right? It's not possible. It gets to you, and
as
that was why.
But because communing with people,
you know,
yeah.
But this is a situation that has been part of us for the longest of time. We've been talking about it. We are hoping that there are solutions. The issues are sort of multifaceted in terms of death. Right, we also have issues of cholera and things like that. We've not seen the level of attention we saw for COVID on it. So I just think it's a day for everybody to really begin to reflect and wonder if we are really our brother's keeper, if we really love ourselves. If COVID-19 was also a sickness that could only hit the poor, would there have been a shutdown, right? So for me, I mean, it's World Malaria Day. We've always been talking about it.
So the thing with malaria is, the interesting thing is malaria is highly preventable, right?
There are countries that don't know
what malaria
is.
I mean, so malaria is something that, first of all, our environment, so you have all those clogged drainages and all of that are breeding points for malaria, for mosquitoes rather, that eventually translates into malaria. So if you understand how these things are important, so you would take even as basic as the sanitary condition of your country, you take it seriously. So every time you see dead water trapped or dead whatever trapped anywhere, you would see that mosquitoes would always be there. And go and check it out. Poor people do not have access to clean waters. They don't. So they are the ones that are really, really exposed, you know, to things like this. Thank God for the people that can afford insecticides and all of these things. Then keep your nets closed because you can turn on the air conditioner or the fan. Some people have to put,
because there's no
throw
power.
wide their windows because they need, if not, meningitis heat will kill them. If malaria is not killing them, something will kill them. So it's like you said, it's multifaceted. I hope that they are understanding the ripple effect. So when we do not have development in terms of power, when we do not have clean environment, like your drainages, all those things completely cleared from clogging and all of that, it's a direct implication. So when you say that you have over 600,000 deaths of malaria, right? It is crazy.
Yes.
You know?
So I'm in agreement with you, Uwa. For me, I always look at solutions, because we can go on and on talking about stuff, but if we're not looking at the solutions, then we're just rigmaroling. So I think there was a time we had in Nigeria, I don't know if it was only in Lagos or only in Benin, but I think it was nationwide, where we practiced something called the Sanitation Day. It was like one Saturday in a month, where everybody had to stay home to clean up. So they cleaned the drainage, they cleaned everywhere, the environment, because if we have things littering around like tires, old tires, used tires, then we have water in them breeding mosquitoes. So I think the government should continue to practice these things that you should practice before, and continue to sensitize the public so that they know that these things are
and also
avoidable.
Play their part.
Yeah, but see, like we said, it's not just only about the government, so we need to play our part.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, so well, we're starting with...
Let me start.
Okay.
President Muhammadu Buhari has directed Nigeria's security agencies to intensify the clampdown on illegal refineries in the country. The directive follows the explosion that rocked an illegal refinery Friday night at Abezi Forest in Imo State. Of course, Premium Times had reported that scores of people were killed and several other people injured in the incident. The president emphasized the security agencies have been directed to intensify clampdown on illegal refineries. He also described the incident as a catastrophe and a national disaster. He said the responsibility of the loss of lives and property must squarely lie with the sponsors of the illegal refinery, assuring that they must all be caught and made to face justice. The president conveyed the condolences and the full depth and range of the nation's shock and trauma to families of the victims, the community, and the people of the state. He urged community leaders and the personnel of the Nigerian police force to take steps to ensure that such heartbreaking incident is not allowed to occur again in any part of the country. Yeah, over 100 persons were burnt beyond recognition, so it's a sad one. May the souls of the departed rest in peace. But I really hope that this doesn't just end in the news and talk. Something needs to be done so that, like he rightly said, this does not repeat itself again, because this is a national disaster.
Need to go after the person, the illegal bunker or whatever they call them. They need to go after him, because if you have a lot of illegal sites like this, then this will continue to happen, whether you like it or not, because of the level of poverty in our country. So I think what the government can do is just prevent all this illegal bunkering by looking for them and shutting them down. Yeah,
absolutely. Mani, your story.
Okay, my story, it's Lagos reopens Chrisland School after sex tape scandal. So after the sex video went viral on social media, the state government had on Monday announced the closure of all the branches of the school in their state. The government on Saturday directed Chrisland School across the state to reopen. He said the decision to close the school will negatively affect other learners in the school, and especially those sitting for external exams. So the Commissioner of Education, Mrs. Folashade Adefisoye, gave the directive in a statement yesterday, saying that reopening the school follows the review of the ongoing administrative interrogation into the viral sex tape that involved 5 students of the school. The state government justified its decision on the ground that the closure became necessary towards ensuring safety of the students and staff, and to ensure unhindered investigation of the incident. The Education Ministry and other agencies in the state will collaborate with the school's Parents Teachers Association to provide psychological support for the affected students, and has also planned to launch the reviewed guidelines and protocols governing private and public school across the state within the next 1 month. So the statement added that an extensive assessment of the school's procedure, especially on external trips and excursions, is being made to identify safety gaps and prevent such incidents.
I was beginning to believe what they were saying until they said they were going to review that guide in 1 month in this country.
Okay, Elsie, that's one thing. But for me, I think the important thing here is that they reopen the school, because I was never in support of them closing down. How can you shut down the school across the state? It doesn't make any sense, because we have students in school. You know, why should something, an incident that happened outside the country, affect other people who did not travel, who are in school, who are trying to sit to write their exams?
Yeah.
So I think we try to do the things that seem the easiest in Nigeria. You know, levy fines against these people. When you make them pay for any, you know, any act of misconduct by the school, you make them pay a huge amount of money, 20 million naira. They would ensure that they are always in check. You understand what I'm saying? It's just easy to shut down. And then there's talk about some people saying that shutting down means that they are creating rooms for bribery. So you shut the school down, the owners of the school come to you, they bribe you, you open the school. So what happens? All the other schools that have been shut down in recent time, what's happening? We just hear silently that they've reopened, and then business goes on as usual. So I think they need to sit up, the state needs to sit up and do their jobs well, because education is one thing that we are trying not to, you know, drop. Nobody wants to drop the ball. Yes, because if we lose that, even public will already drop the ball.
That's where I was coming from. Because now to drop the ball, I say we ball like
if the state is shutting down schools at every point in time when things like this happen, then what's the future of education in Nigeria?
So I am reserving this conversation of this reopening of Chrisland to Wednesday, because first of all, it was totally wrong.
In the first place, right?
It was totally wrong. We're having a guest, you know, that has worked closely with Lagos State government. I think they acted so rashly. You know, it was so much in the haste. Yes, it was a very irrational. Like, I had like so many people chat me, well, what do you think about the closure of the school? I said, why? What were they thinking? Right. First of all, this incident that even happened did not happen in the school premises.
Yeah.
So let us even start to say
it's way different from the other one.
Let's be clear on what we're doing.
It's just the easiest path to follow. That's
it was
why
a
they
very
lazy
man. And I think they were trying to score cheap points that eventually backfired. Because why would you think?
And then you don't even shut down the particular
school. You shut down the entire branch of the school.
What are you on?
No, that was a total no.
It's crazy.
And again, so that's why I want to have the conversation with an expert. So I'm not talking from a sentimental point of view, but for me, I felt that was a very wrong move. Very wrong.
Very wrong.
All right, so my story, I just could not find any story. So let me look for one. Our political aspirant, what's his name? Pius, has assured Nigerians that no cabal in Nigeria's seat of power will dictate to the country who the next president will be. So he was saying this in an interview. I think it was on a radio show or something. So he was talking about having to take a shot at the presidential seat. And he says whether cabal or no cabal, he's going to be going to giving it his first shot. And he thinks that with the new Electoral Act, people have more confidence, right, that their votes will count. So a lot of people, he's hoping that a lot of people will come out.
Why does Pius think that he wants to be president of Nigeria?
I don't even understand.
What did he do? Please, let's
talk. No. Bear your mind, bear it out.
You know, I've traveled and I'm at peace.
Yeah, relax.
So you're refreshed.
It's okay.
You know
buy what's in media ticket? How much media ticket again?
No, PDP is cheap. PDP is cheap. But I'm just saying.
I don't know.
I'm just saying that, like, how so sweet. All of a sudden, some people just come and you think you are talking. We want to like.
Well, you know the one that shared the video of the guy. I don't know what he is right now because I didn't watch a lot of it. I don't want to use the tribe, but one human being in a video saying he wants to become the president.
Allah has told him. He's a Muslim cleric.
I said, who has got not criminal court to be the president?
You should have played the video.
We
should have really.
That the gods have told him. Allah has told him that. I said, okay, everybody they use God now. It is well. We'll take a break now.
God, if you tell me tomorrow, you should be ready to gather money. Adamu said you should contribute his own form, 100 million.
Already. On that note, to take a break, when we come back from the break, we're going to be discussing why it's important that young people participate in politics, and we have a young candidate with us. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Thanks for staying with us. Now, according to NDI, today's youth need real opportunity to participate in political processes and contribute to practical solutions that advance development. Now, when given an opportunity to organize, voice their opinions, and play a meaningful role in political decision-making, young people consistently demonstrate their willingness and ability to foster positive, lasting change. They also become more likely to demand and defend democracy and gain a greater sense of belonging. Unfortunately, young people are often excluded or overlooked as political candidates. Politics is typically regarded as a space for politically experienced men, and while women are often disadvantaged in accumulating experience to run for office, young people are systematically marginalized because of their young age, limited opportunities, and projected lack of experience. So why and how can young people actively participate in politics? That's the question for tonight. Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-8038-4663. You can also tweet at us at PlusTvAfrica1 with the hashtag WaveShow. So I'd like to hear Manny and Elsie's thoughts quickly before I bring in our guests, right? Why do you think young people don't always, like people don't really pay attention when you hear like maybe a 22-year-old or a 18-year-old or 22-year-old, being actively, involved in political conversations? People don't take them seriously these days. They just feel like there's still time, you can just wait out. And, meanwhile, most of our leaders that we have today, a lot of them, were heads of states in their 20s, in their 30s, right? So how come that attention, they don't muster that kind of attention when it comes to young people of today?
Okay, for me, I would say, like the president has said some years before, that we're dealing with the lazy youth. So they're very lazy, because I don't believe it's because of a lack of information or a lack of courage or what to say, because this generation, they actually call the Sorosoke generation, and the Sorosoke is a Yoruba terminology that says speak up. So they know how to speak up. They know how to come together. If they just understand their strengths meaning that their strength in number, and the people in this category that we call the youths, they are actually larger in number than the people on top, the older ones. So they have the strengths. Then they also have the mind, the innovative mind, so they can come out and create change. So for me, I just think it's the part of them that is lazy, laid back, that's what hinders them from coming out, not because they can't speak up, not because they are not informed. So we just need to speak to that lazy part of them and encourage them that yes, you can. Yeah, that's my opinion.
You say you're lazy.
Well, I think I'm just always I like to think that I'm a liberal-minded person, and for me, it might not be because everybody is at a point where we are looking for that messiah or that amazing leader. You might not look at it from my angle, but I think politics is a career, right? And leadership is something everybody should have in one way or the other. But politics is a career path, right? If a certain group of people are not interested in that career path, for me, I think they should be more interested in governance, right? To be understanding what is happening and who is leading us, and that process of being politically literate. They call it what? Politeracy right now. So I think that is the part that concerns me the most. But when it comes to young people in politics, even in the Western world, it is a career path. And when you begin to look at it as well, if you want to juxtapose the ages of the leaders and presidents of even progressive countries, I don't think at this point, like now, that you can go back and talk about your Obasanjo times and all that, but right now, this day and time, I don't think we have beyond, is it Macron now? What's his name? Aside him, they're all in that 60s, 70s, you know, that's where they are. So that's why sometimes I look at it, I just feel like, you know what, it's a career path. And there are still young people in that space that are doing amazing things. I know that our guest is one of them, right? And they're having conversations, people are paying attention. You see people like this girl on Twitter that is, she has an amazing handle now, got her popularity from Enters, what's her name, Reno, right? And people are paying attention to her a lot. And I don't think anybody's shutting her down and saying, we're not giving you attention. I just would want to see much more depth in her conversation. And she also really understanding that whether it was intentional or unintentional, or whether it was
she has the influence now.
based
So
on, some people say whether it's stomach infection, whatever it was, you are on that stage now. Can you have more depth?
Else, yes.
Can you deliver? Are you ready to really pick up
I
the
think
mantle?
that is the biggest gap.
Or are you one of those that are very soon, in fact, I'm hearing has jackpot or we soon jackpot, right? So it's, I mean, a lot of people will told that part. Some people will not told that part. But governance is what I know everybody, whether you're young, whether you're old, whether you're 18, 50, you should be interested in it. That's where I look at it from. But yes, I agree that there are a lot of lazy people. It's not just about politics. They want to speak up. They want to tell you what the problem is, but they're not ready to do the work. And I know that is happening a lot. But when it comes to politics, I think it's just a career path. If you're not interested, you're not interested.
All right, someone is saying, I'm watching you on Star Times in Plateau State. There's no audio tonight. I'm sure they'll sort that out. We're sorry about that. But let me bring in our guest. Okikiola Aisha Taiwo Jolupon is a young Nigerian, a politician, an entrepreneur, a chemist, and a community development advocate. She contested in the 2019 general elections for a seat at the State House of Assembly, Lagos State, and came third, right? And revealed to be the youngest to vie for a political position in Nigeria because she contested at the age of 23, I believe. And so, you know why I'm proud? First of all, she's a young person and she's a lady. You know, it's double stars, A++. And she's joined us live in studio. Hi. And for those that do not know, Okikiola, she's also going for the same position 2023. And we are rooting for you. We know you would finally get the seat because coming third, that's not a small feat, right? Coming third, so that's not a small feat. It means that now that the youth are woke.
It means that something is being done right.
Yes, now that the youth are woke, they understand that we need more representation. Definitely, everybody would go out and look out for her candidate. I don't believe in parties. Just look for the individual and vote. But let's come back to the conversation. We're talking about young people, right? Getting more young people in politics and like actively engage in politics. First of all, you started this political journey at a very young age. Why was it important for you to go into politics, right, at that young age?
So I started politics from school because we had so many things that was wrong with our department from the beginning, and we found out that writing letters and trying to reach out didn't get us what we needed. For example, we know how much the educational system in Nigeria, we always complain. So we decided to take up like the political positions in school and try to see how we can, because they gave us more audience as a political position holder than as a student. So that's how I went into politics. First, I had to go into financing because we had so much money that was coming into the department but was not directed to the things that we needed it to go to. So I applied for the financial secretary and moved on as a general secretary. So when I got out of school, I studied chemistry in school, so I went into chemistry and continued from there. But while at it, I opened a non-governmental organization called the Okiki Foundation that was catering for vulnerable children, sort of mentoring them and also allowing them to understand the importance of education, especially at disadvantaged, areas. And so at one of the parties, one of my uncles said, you seem like a very active person. Why don't you join politics? I'm like, I did politics in school. He said, no, like there's real life politics. I said, oh, I didn't know about that. And then he said, okay, the things you do, because while at the party, I was complaining to him that I don't like the fact that when I want to do something for these kids, I always have to do it in so small numbers.
Scales.
Yes, because I feel like if I do it, there's a lot of impact to be made on these kids. So he convinced me that, okay, this would help you do that directly, and you can even go into taking care of youths, the elderlies and children all together. And I was like, okay, yes, I want to do it. And then he introduced me to the African Action Congress, Showore's party, and then that's how I started like the whole journey in politics. It was like a learning curve for me, but what I just remained as was myself. That was the only thing that kept me sane during the whole process, that okay, this is who I am and this is what I want to do. It came with a lot of backlash and a lot of female thing, young thing, and everything put together. But there were times that I came home and I started crying. I'm still young, I was just 23. So then my dad would be like, okay, are you done crying? Get back to work. Because he understood that I said so many things about dreams, but I didn't know how to keep on fighting for it. So even when I'm done, my dad's like, yes, you can still do it. Keep on, keep on keeping on. Go back to that same area that they told you this. You understand? And prove yourself non-stop. So that was like my driving force during the whole process. Sexual harassment was like the top game of it. First being young and then telling you that you're female. There was no female that got up there without doing all these things. I'm not talking about even people in the party, people outside party, donors, so many things. Try to use being female as a way to get
you under bed.
Yes, exactly, to say, okay, I know you want to get there. So that was like some sort of discouragement on that side, that I was like, with this thing that I faced, I don't think I want to run again. And I actually ran in 2021 for the councillorship position of Ajawo Estate, and it was more like a lesson to be taught, not for myself, but to the community. My cousin wanted to run for that position in 2021, and we had the party thing go in place that we had chosen somebody since 5 years ago. And then we've done so much, because I was its campaign manager at that time. So we've done so many campaigns, and then we were so sure that we were going to get the seat, and then we got disappointed. So I picked up the party ticket. And I grew up in Ajawo Estate, where all the youths there, we all grew up together from primary school to secondary school. So that was my own campaign strategy. I recruited every single youth that I had, because I already had their love. So I recruited all of them, and I said, see, we're not going to, we're going to do this together. You handle this, you handle this, you handle this. I trust you. You have power in each street. So I leave you to this street. I was the only one that had over 600 campaign polling agents and canvassers. So you know that in one street there's about 20 people already. We were that much in Ajawo Estate, and anybody we were bringing from outside, we know the person, because this is our hood. You get it? So in 2021 they came with their guns, and then they started threatening my party agents, and I told them that, okay, if it has gotten to the point where you see that they are about to do something deadly to you, please leave. And then we won almost all polling units, and then they went to one polling unit to put down all the votes and disrupt everything. So that was like the thing for us. But I ran under a new party, and for the first time in Ajawo Estate, that's the first time we're going to have another party apart from the APC and the PDP running for an election, especially for a local government election. So it was like a big feat for us in Ajawo Estate, that okay, so this is us youth, we are not lazy, and we know what to do, even as much as, when we all come together with our ideas, we can do something. And that was like another 2021 lesson for me. Like after moving on from 2019, it was another lesson in 2021. And so 2023, I know that I'm very much prepared.
You know what? So, okay, I know the ladies are itching to ask questions, but we just want to go on a very short break. We'll just go out and come back in. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on PlusTvAfrica.
All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, we are having an amazing conversation on, 2023 elections, and we're asking why young people must participate actively in politics. And we have with us Okikiola Taiwo Jolupo. She's a young, well, for those that care to, if you've not done the calculation yet, she's 26 and she's running for the Lagos State House of Assembly, right? We've not said under what party yet, but we'll come to that. So please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. So Elsie, you wanted to come in?
Yeah. So first, I mean, just listening to you talk about your family from your uncle to your dad, I want to say I'm really proud of them and kudos to them, because most times when you see someone at the forefront trying to do a lot of things, we sort of try to, not even just discourage, we forget about the backbone they have that help them come out to stand up and be courageous. So sorry, to be courageous. So I love you guys. Thank you so much. But I also want to ask, at that point where you were getting this whole bottlenecks in terms of you're a woman, you're young, as much as we are in support of young people going for office, on this table we are also very particular about the substance, right?
Quality.
How were you able to convince these people to let them know that I am here for the job, I know what I want, and I'm just going to go all out, whether I'm young or female? The point is that I'm a candidate, I'm an adult, and I am a candidate. How were you able to do that?
First off, it started with the fact that almost everybody knew me as a girl in Oshodi Solo. And my mom used to beat me when I was very little, because when she sends me on errands, I end up selling for the woman that is there for like 5-10 minutes before going back home. So they just knew me as, oh, this girl, and then I greeted everybody. So when I decided to run for office, most of the women were telling me that, no, don't go, these people are wicked people, they'll do this, they'll do that. Other women and men will ask me that, okay, you want to run, give us something. We need money. Where's the bag of rice? Where's this? And I tell them, okay, you know what? I'm not saying I won't give you this, but this same thing that you're asking me, ask the next person that is going to come and campaign with you. Or rather, let's assume that is a bag of rice the real problem, or your house rent. How do you struggle with paying house rent? Try and the person that is coming to you telling you about road, about this, about things that they can't do, ask them that this is what directly affects me. Can you help me out with it? And then you hear what they have to say. I'm not here to tell you I'll do all that for you, but we can do it stage by stage together, because my job is to bring laws that help my community, my constituency.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to come tomorrow and say I'll do road this and this all together. It won't work for us, because there's not even enough allocation for all those things to happen. So if I feel like education is the biggest problem, at that point, how can we make that work? So those were the things that I told most of them. And then it also came to some of the women that was selling Gary. We have so many commercial areas in Oshodi Solo. And then when I go there, I'm talking to them about the cost of shops, because of the high-end customers that they have and companies that are being built in my area. People now have issues with shops because they're trying to bring everywhere down to build multinationals. So I also tell them that how can we make sure that you can even partner with these multinational companies by, if I sell provisions, I can as well buy from them, and then my shop does not have to go down. That's like wealth creation and circulation within my constituency. COVID-19 taught us that. So those were the things that I put up for them, that, okay, these are the things that I can bring together partnerships, sponsorships, scholarships. How do we do this? I already do it as a foundation, so I know my way around it. We don't need billions to do these things. We just need networking. So those were the things that I sort of sold to them in their language, individually. To the Igbos, I went on to say, Igbo Kweno, we did some dancing, we did some singing, and then I went on to tell them the real fact that, okay, imagine the bill that you buy, see how much it costs. How do we make sure that this and this can work for you? So those were, I just related to people in different ways. The market people, the artisans, everybody in their own, you know,
language,
in their own language. And that was how I was able to like draw them all together. Yes.
All right, so Manny, quickly, then.
Okay, then we'll go on. Okay. Yes, this Sorosoke generation, your generation, before I even go into the question, well done. So you possess two traits that are very essential for this field you're in. You're courageous and you're very resilient. So you fall down, you get up and you move. I like that. Well done. So, but for your generation, we talk about this generation being the microwave generation. So they want to put in 1 today and they want 10 tomorrow. So they do not have the patience to wait out the process. How do you, especially when you talk about all the obstacles in your way now, you talk about people trying to attack you with guns, you talk about the men trying to take advantage of the fact that you were a woman, you talk about, you know, different things. How do you, what is the attraction for these youths when they hear about all the obstacles and all the negative things? What's the attraction for them?
First, I always say that these things don't only happen in politics, it happens everywhere. So, and I've also told women that I also, like, I have a group of women that I always talk to every time. I have some within the ages of 13 to 16. I have some within the ages of 20 to 25 to trying to teach them on, you know, how to tackle sexual harassment and all those things like that. So first thing I told them is that this thing has been going on even before I decided to join politics, even before I even came to life. So it doesn't mean that now that I've started, it's going to end. But now you have me because I can speak out. You know, so that's what I always tell them, that a lot of women go and they are silent about it. Me, I will scream and shout. And one thing I have, I mean, I can say that I have 4 extra people I can scream and shout to when something like that happens now. You understand? So I always tell people that, okay, as much as these things will still continue to happen, we can reduce it. Maybe not eradicate immediately, but then as we go onward, we reduce it. So many progress we have had over the years onto civilization was done by people stage by stage. As one dies, one moves on. So let us be that force now that does those things that need to. So it's not about we go in now, everything ends. But we are sure that as we move on, we are now the called. So we are now the ones doing it till.
Absolutely.
So
okay, so Okikeolu, let's come to your party, because your first outings were with unknown party, but I understand you are in a different party now. Can we discuss that and let us understand, you know,
the role
how
of parties.
you plan to not allow, you know, because all those parties, they come with their baggage, how you plan for those parties to not corrupt the good intentions that you have, because we've seen people going to the offices, you know, because again, you need the big parties to be able to get that seat. So how do you plan to ensure that we can still call on you tomorrow and we can hold you accountable to say these are the things that were promised and we know that you are truly representing us, right, when you get to that seat?
So should I talk about the party I'm running under first? So now I'm running under the All Progressive Party, that's the APC.
What party were you running under before?
The AAC.
Okay.
That's Showere's party. So now I'm running under the All Progressive Congress, and this was.
And let me state here that they would not have given you the what's it called, the audience to be able to run if you did not
attempt to do it.
Yes.
The kind of what you were able to muster even on your own. So go ahead.
Nothing is lost.
So well, there's still a fight going on about who, because they have like someone that they are trying to push forward. So I'm also putting my own stand. I happen to be like the only female.
I'm sorry, before you go ahead with that, you know, we see our older politicians every time jumping from one party to the other, and we sort of are cringe-worthy and like, why, right? Do you care to just maybe briefly, before you go into what you're saying, why you had to, why it was necessary for you to move from this party where you had done a lot already to APC, that we can easily say everybody's pointing hands at now as the I don't know.
The poster
Yeah. First off, the AAC got a lot of waves after the 2019 election, and we had party meetings going on. The issue was from the local level, they now started recruiting people to protest rather than building party structure. So for someone like me that wanted to advance in that career, it sort of seemed like I was going this way, they were going this way. So for every meeting, it seems like we're having issues with where we want to go to and how what. So I had to move on from that.
Because you had clarity of your vision.
I had clarity
like
of
clarity,
my vision.
so we can go on now.
It just went on like that.
Yeah.
So now we are still battling the whole Progressive Congress so that I can vie for the position of the House of Assembly candidate for, Oshodi Solo. I feel like I already know what my community wants. I've been in Ajawe since I was 8. So I lived in every area in my constituency, and I've grown to know that place. So I feel like I can tell and I can relate to the problems that we are facing bit by bit. And the people are ready to work with me. So apart from the politics of buying delegates to become this, to become that, I feel like I have the love of the people at heart already. So for the delegates, it's a money thing for them. So
when you do not, if let's say they don't give you that ticket to run under the ABC, would you still move to a different party where you have the capacity to get the ticket?
I have about 4 offerings right now that they are saying that they're ready to work with me and also bring me to
because the goal is for you to get to that seat.
Yes, exactly.
So if APC is smart enough, they would give you the ticket so that you can run under the APC, because anyhow she's going to win the election. If I can say so myself.
Now you be the Kaba where Pius Ayim they talk about.
Let me take some comments because they will accuse us that I would not take comments. Let's take some comments. Good evening, my beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying Ways. Concerning World Malaria Day, we need to be our brother's keeper by providing facilities for those who cannot afford them to keep them healthy. In politics, according to Sister Emanuela, that's money, she made mention of addressing the lazy aspects of the youth. That is what we should do. The youth are tired of the way things are, and the lazy aspect in their lives has been tackled for them to take action and act fast. Our dear sister Okikiola, you are a great woman, and we need people like you to change the system and make it right. Carry go. I am in total support for you. My name is Daniel Ilo, your Ways regular fan. We read your message today. All right, so one more message and I'll come to Elsie to take her message. My daughter is running for the State Assembly member in Bauchi. She has my full support, but you didn't put your name. Women should be ready for political power in 2023. Yeah, thank you so much for that comment. Go ahead, Elsie.
Okay, well, the first one says the youths are distracted. Vices have taken their life. Go to our universities. The discussions is about English Premiership clubs and not national issues. Eboluwa Adegboruwa San started as a students' union leader at Ife. Then, no name. Another one says, it's high time the younger ones and women inclusive in the running of Nigeria as a country. The older generation have played their own part. Let them get back home and relax. The heavy part of the voting strength comes from the youth and the women. The statistics are there. This country belongs to all of us, certainly not for some few. God bless you all at Ways. Bobby Kennedy Jalingo from Taraba State. Thank you so much, Bobby Kennedy.
I just have bits and pieces.
So it's one person, so just read everything.
Okay. I am watching you guys on Ways. There are many young people ruling in the Western world than the 70-year-old people. Macron is not the only young leader. We have Trudeau in Canada, and he's a young fellow. The old ones in Nigeria grabbed power when they were much younger and have held on to power since then. The first things for young people is to refuse to be used by the old cargoes as thugs or hitmen. Then it says, I am happy with Okikiola and her story.
Awesome. I think, Elsie, you have one final message, then we can then ask our final question. It's quite lengthy.
Okay, it says, young people of today are not lazy, but they seem they do not know their rights as citizens of this country. And even if they do not seem to know how to demand those rights from those who are already in governance of the country. Secondly, young people of today do not seem to have values they believe and want to promote and even die for in Nigeria political system. If they do, they will begin to stand for them. Finally, our educational system is very poor and bad in helping to create the needed awareness and knowledge the young people should have to prepare them to seek for political power earlier on in their lives. Young people in different places of the world can easily stand for their beliefs and push them until they actualize them.
So, as we wrap up the conversation, why should young people participate actively in politics? If you were to answer that question, what would that be?
My first answer would be why not? I mean,
I like that.
We're all in this. I think everybody should be involved in how our nation gets developed. If not, we are here. I mean, for example, somebody like me, I've never had the idea that one day I'll jackpot, and it's because the ideas that people give me that when you jackpot, you now seek for asylum, you now do this. I feel like
you're not appealing.
No, I should be invited to come and speak about how I'm developing Nigeria, not
absolutely.
I shouldn't be running away, because at the end of the day, you're running away. You still claim to be Nigerian. You can't be any other person.
Yes.
So, how first can we be better Nigerians, that we can be better people? I mean, all over the world, Nigerians are doing great things. We hear this one is mayor of here, mayor of it. So we have capacity. And then knowing that in the next few years, we're going to be we already are the major people, contributors of the GDP and everything all put together. So why shouldn't we be involved in politics? There's politics at work, there's politics even in the Premier League that people talk about. There's politics everywhere. Mm-hmm. So you should be involved one way or another.
Yeah.
It's just that I feel like everybody should now learn to sort of be more enlightened and informed and how to implement it. We say so much, but no action plan. So I always say that, when do we get to work? Sometimes when we talk, I'm like, so when are we doing this thing? You know what I'm saying? It's enough talk. People
and
come
again,
and
I don't
say,
even believe that you have to be 100% ready for you to run for office. You can get there and learn on the job.
Yeah,
I mean, there are so many things that you can do.
You cannot even really be too prepared. I feel like when you get into the office, you now start to see certain issues that they had buried. Is when you get up, because of caucuses and all those things. When you get up there, that's when they open books and tell you that, okay, so this is what was going on. But I still always say that no matter how much we complain that, things don't go on, there's always a certain allocation that goes into your constituency. Now, it is very dependent on the person in that office to say, I want to do it or I don't want to do it. As much as they say they pay Baba Sokwe or whatever they say, if you put 5 million naira, for somebody like me that runs an NGO, I can tell you what 50,000 naira can do. So if I put 5 million naira in an office, I know.
Absolutely. Sincerely, these old men in politics have woefully failed Nigeria. Let the women take over. Maybe then we shall see the change they promised. Austin from Delta State. We ran out of time. They are screaming in my ear. We have to go. But thank you so much, Okikiola. We had a fantastic conversation. Manny, who has the question behind cameras? Thank you, Manny. Thank you, Elsie. We had a fantastic conversation. I hope you enjoyed the show as well as we did. Please look out for Okikiola. Please. Yes. We're already showing you our candidates. Me, I know they hide. They can come and carry me. It's fine. Now, before we go, ensure you follow us on Instagram. It's at PlusTvAfrica. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all the conversations and engagements online. And remember to like, share, invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed today's quote, here it is again. One of the penalties of refusing to participate in politics is that you end up being governed by your inferiors. It's as simple as that. We'll see you guys live at 8 p.m. tomorrow as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Damaria Jos, whose name means the orphan of Jos, was born in 1946 in Bukuru, near Jos in Plateau State. His birth name is Adamu Wire. The reason for adopting the name Damaria Jos was because his father died shortly after his birth, and his mother died while he was still an infant. He was a Nigerian Hausa griot, best known for playing the kontigi, a small, single-stringed lute. Damaria showed an early interest in music and came under the influence of local professional musicians. Incorporating social commentary, the mainstay of Damaria's repertoire is praise singing. His first, and perhaps still his most famous song, is Waka Karamota, song of the driver's mate, in praise of young men who get passengers in and out of minibuses and do the dirty work of changing tires, pushing broken down vans, and the likes. During the Nigerian Civil War, he composed numerous songs in praise of soldiers of the Federal Army and incorporated vivid accounts of scenes from the war in his songs. When the Civil War ended, with the victory of the federal government, Damaria sang Mina Fukanyaki, which meant the hypocrites of war, mocking governments and international figures that sided with Biafra. He died on the 20th of June, 2015. Sunny Okosun was born in Enugu on the 1st of January, 1947. He hailed from Edo State. He played a fusion of reggae, high life, Afro-funk, traditional melodies and rhythms which he branded Ozidi, or message. Ozidi was traditionally a renowned Ijo river god. Okosun, also called Okosuns, had a career that spanned over 4 decades. From 1977, he became known for protest songs about Pan-Africanism, freedom, and a few other social political issues affecting Africans. He wrote and performed songs in a number of languages, including Ishan, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, and English. He died aged 61 of colon cancer on the 24th of May 2008 at the Howard University Hospital, Washington, D.C.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Today on the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Moturayo Akinwale, is asking the court to compel her baby daddy, Michael Akinyemi, to take responsibility over their children. Previously on the Justice Court.
Can you tell me what happened? Why you are here?
Torí daddy Beji, n tí mo bímọ fún, kò take responsibility lórí àwọn ọmọ mi. láti ìgbà tí mo ti bí wọn.
She said she came here on behalf of the case between herself and the father of her twins. That since she gave birth to the twins, he has not been responsible over them.
She gave birth to twins to 2018, August 26. We are to do introduction 3rd of September 2018, but she gave birth 26th of August 2018. So she gave birth to them premature. So I have to take them to Lutz General Hospital.
I hope you can hear him.
Yes.
Okay.
So I took them to Lutz General Hospital. I spent a lot there. So we came back from Lutz. We came back home from Lutz after a couple of months. Start living together. Most time she's a violent someone.
Just calm down.
She hold the trouser, she tear the trouser and the boxer. She hold my she could not leave it. Her mother dragged it. Her mother could not even collect it from her. So I wanted to eat her so that she can leave my boxers and trouser. My hand eats.
Order.
She had been doing this and I keep calming down. But this time around, after this party or with this party, she should just follow her mother and go. As I said that, she carried the landlord stove skeleton. The stove skeleton. She threw it on me that very day. As she threw that one, from her body, she removed 2 knives.
So mommy rush bọ̀ láti kitchen pé kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀, kí ló dé tá ń jà. So mommy kàn ṣubú lé mi lórí pé bóyá wọ́n fẹ́ fa òun kúrò lórí mi. Mommy ṣubú lé mi lórí kò tẹ wojú mommy kò wo kankan bó ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí nínú èmi àti mommy papọ̀ nìyẹn kó tó di pé landlord fẹ́ ṣe wá jáde pé kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀.
So she said, when he was abusing her, that she also replied, and there was a little rift there. They started fighting, and the mom rushed in from the kitchen to see what was happening, and mom fell on her. And without considering that, he was just beating herself and the mom all together.
Àtìgbà yẹn ni mọ́mí sọ pé àwọn ò ní wá sílé wa mọ́ torí kò ti ṣe introduction. Torí mọ́mí ẹ̀ náà wá wẹ̀ tó bá ti nà mí bẹ́ẹ̀ máa ń pe mọ́mí ẹ̀ pé ọmọ yín ò kíní kan máa ní pé kí n máa tó bá ti fẹ́ nà mí kí n máa gbé àwọn ọmọ mi kí n máa gbé wọn múra sódà kò ní lè tó bá rí àwọn ọmọ á lè pítì mi bọ̀ kò ní wojú mi ó máa nà mí mọ́ àwọn ọmọ yẹn ni.
So she said after that scenario, the mother vowed not to come to their house again because he hadn't paid any dime over her, and neither has he done any introduction of her family. And also, she said, oftentimes when such a thing happens, that she calls his mom to tell her that this and this happens, and the mom will tell her to carry the twins to her chest, and whenever he sees the twins with her, that he will consider not eat her. But that's not the case, that he continues to abuse her even the more.
The two of you.
Order.
Your story is, I don't even know how to describe it. But I want to give you an advice, the two of you. In any relationship, always make sure there is no domestic violence.
Okay.
You see, many people don't know that domestic violence is actually a crime in Nigeria. That's a criminal case. Either from the woman or from the man. It's the same. But right now, all you are here for is for him to take care of the children.
Yes.
And he is actually telling me that the only reason why he stopped is because you stopped giving him access to the children. And now you are saying you didn't stop. So tell me, when will he be having access to the children?
Mi lè mú ọ lọ sílé tó ń gbé. kò dẹ̀ lè wá wò wọ́n ní ṣọ́ọ̀bù mi because òun wá síbẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ kó tó di pé ó dá wa lálẹ́ níbẹ̀ tó ń dètè tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ọ̀dọ̀ mi. So
she says she can't take the twins to his house. Neither can he come to check them at a place of work. Because the last time he came around, he caused issues around the workplace by dating somebody close to our shop.
For him, as a father, if he has the custody of the children, the law will give you access to them, and vice versa. Because as parents, the two of you have equal rights over the children. That's why I ask you, unless they are not his children, and you confirm they are his children. So, it doesn't sound normal. Does it sound normal to you that you have his children with you, you will not allow him to see them or even relate with them, but you expect him to be paying money over them? If you are the one, will you do the same? You will not. And besides that, the law will always give both parties, that's the parent, access to the children. But one of them will have full custody. Considering the age of the children now, you cannot have custody of them. You have to be with their mother. But you cannot deny him access to the children. No, as their father. How old are they right now?
They'll be 5 years, August 26.
5 years. They can talk. They come back home, they tell you whatever happens wherever they are. Do you understand me? It's not as if they are babies or toddlers.
Order!
So you have to arrange when you want to be giving access to the children. For now, with the law, over time, even holiday period, you are supposed to share it equally. That's what the law says. But because, how long have you lived apart?
Since 2019.
Okay.
It's been a while now.
It's been a while, yes.
So I cannot ask them to spend the night with you for now. Okay. Do you understand? Because they need to bond with you. Otherwise, you take them home, they'll just be crying, they want to go home, they want to see their mom. So it's the welfare of the children right now that I'm concerned about. So what you can have now is access to the children daytime. You pick a date during the week. You both agree. You will pick them up and drop them off that same day. So you drop them off by 6 p.m. Any day you pick them. So are you looking at Saturday or Sunday? Because they have to go to school on weekdays. So which dates? And I don't want situation where we agree. I don't want situation whereby they will come back to report and we'll need to come over with law enforcement agents. Do you understand? I don't want things to degenerate. I don't even want your children to witness such sin between you at all. That's why I said the two of you have to learn how to tolerate each other over the welfare of the children. Every other thing you might have your disagreement. When it comes to the children's welfare, you have to work on it. Do you understand? It's bad enough already that they can't have the two of you under the same roof. And it's not their fault. People make choices. Not every time we make good choices. You understand what I'm saying? So at times, it does happen. That's life. But then you make the best of every situation. That's why they say when life throws you lemon, you make lemonade out of it. That's the position you are right now. So, which date? Is it Saturday or a Sunday? Then we agree on how often.
Sunday.
Sunday. Is that okay?
Due to the type of my own job, some weekends I may be busy. But if I'm not busy on weekends,
that is it. It's not as if you must
come on that on Sunday.
If it's once a month, if it's once in 2 months, it's your choice.
Yeah. Okay.
But the bottom line is, she knows that any time that you're going to have access to the children will have to be on a Sunday.
Okay.
And you have to notify her at least like 2 days ahead.
Right, okay.
If you call her on Thursday. But before you start having that pickup,
Okay.
the first 2 outings, I want her to be there.
Okay.
Do you understand? You go with them. I'm not talking about, I don't mean 2 outings, I mean the first 2 months. You can make it as often as possible.
Okay.
We go out together. Then, you can go to a park, you can go to an eatery, you know the way it is. Let them run around, talk to them, bond with them. But it has to be a gradual thing.
Okay.
You can't just have them like that.
I get the point.
It will be traumatic for them. Because they are not used to you yet. But in the meantime, how much do you want to be advancing to them? Because you have to be giving her upkeep.
Sure. Thank you. God bless you.
So how much?
So
when you are richer, then you give more.
Okay, minimum of 5,000
per week.
No, 2 weeks.
It's for 2 children. You are a joker.
Ma, she took them away from me because she can take care of them.
So you don't want to see your children in shop?
I want to.
Let me tell you, the law is very clear about it.
Yes.
And the same thing, I'm happy you were told the same thing at the welfare you were before.
Yes.
If you are not ready to
I have.
be responsible towards the children.
Yes.
The same way, if she's not giving you access, I said it earlier on, if she's not giving you access, it will be difficult for you to. And if you are not responsible towards everything about the children, and you can't even say no. You know why?
Yes, ma'am.
Because what the law says is many. This Lagos state, if you impregnate a lady, you must be responsible for the children, even for our own welfare. And I've not even gone over, I didn't even cross over to our own welfare. I'm still limited it to the children. You must be able to put a roof over the children's head, That's rent.
Thank you. I'll be giving them 10,000 monthly.
Is that acceptable to you?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
No. Because now wait, you have 2
yes, ma'am.
of them, wait. Now, that's 5,000 per child a month.
Yes.
So tell me the food, the 3. So you just, so that I will tell her, your husband is leaving 5,000 naira. But this is what he wants you to be purchasing for them for breakfast, for lunch and supper. So that the 5,000 will be enough for 30 days. So just tell her now, so that we record it.
No, that's not, like presently I'm a freelance. I'm not working.
You are not a responsible man.
I am, ma. I am.
I'm telling you, if at this stage,
yes, ma'am,
you are claiming you have not seen your children for about 3 or how many years? Close to 5 years.
No, some months.
What?
I went there as at August.
You saw them?
I saw them.
So why did you come? So you lied to the court when you said she's been denying you access to the children?
No. I went to the shop. Someone else. She asked someone to took them.
Order.
Out. And when the lady brought them, they were like, "Where is that uncle?"
Who is the uncle?
That is me.
You'd rather be an uncle than bond with your children and let them recognize you as their father.
That is what.
You want to be dropping? Yes.
Because
they don't even know you. That is the problem.
Yes, they don't. Because
they don't. And the way you are going, it's difficult for you to bond. Because let me tell you, even at a stage, they know this is their dad.
Yes.
If they don't have any memory of any good thing about you, it's not good.
Yes, ma. Yes, ma.
Well, they will know. You see, they are 5 years. They will be adult like you one day. They will know what's there for them when they were growing up. Yeah. They will remember who took them to school. They will remember how somebody, whether it's you or her, the person was struggling to pay the fees. Do you understand?
Yes,
that's why I'm asking you. You have to be part of their life.
Ma, I understand.
So if you say you want to be giving a child 5,000 naira a month for feeding, that's ridiculous.
Ma,
because with 5K,
yes, ma,
3 meals per day, 30 days, 90 times in a month, 5,000 naira. Even at 50 naira, you can't spread it.
I get the point. Ma. What I'm saying is, assuming they were under my roof.
You said.
You
look.
Yes, ma.
if you're talking about being on, are you ready to marry her?
I'm not ready to marry.
So why do you want her under your roof?
I'm not ready to marry Tomayoba.
So why do you want her under your roof?
Not her. I mean, no. So no. This is what I mean. This is what I mean.
You can't take. There's no law. There's no way.
Order.
The case of those children.
Yes, ma'am.
There is no way in the world that the law will give you their custody.
Yes, ma'am. This is what I mean, ma'am.
They are 5 years. They are underage.
Yes, ma'am. This is what I mean, ma'am. In the first place, that she took them out from the house.
Were you married to her?
Then we are. She
gave herself out cheap to you. You don't know. Let me tell you why. You did nothing over her. Yes. And by tradition, whether we have the traditional wedding, which is the customary wedding, and the customary law, if you had done that,
yes, ma'am,
then she should be married to you.
Yes.
Traditional way. Yes, that way, you can have a say over her.
Okay.
You did not do that. You did not go to the registry. So tell me the right you have to command her to keep her under your roof or to keep the children somewhere else. Tell me the right you have.
You're very correct, ma'am.
You don't have the right to dictate that she must come back to your... And you don't have...
No,
and at this age, you can't even take the children at that age. From 5 years old. Is she dead? Are you the one that will be cleaning up for them and taking them? You already said that you are very busy by the nature of your job. So, who will be taking care of them? You go and drop them with somebody?
No.
So, you leave them alone in the house? You leave them alone in the house? There must be somebody that will hang around them in the house.
Wow. Assuming she did not leave the way she did.
It's not about assuming. I'm telling you the law. And you cannot argue with me.
Order.
Let me tell you that I'm asking you, it's just a privilege. It's not your right. Yes. I have the right to dictate how much. And if you don't, we know how to enforce it. Do you understand me?
I understand.
Okay. Because you don't just have men that you think you can impregnate anybody and have children and you abandon the woman and the children. No.
I do not abandon.
You have abandoned her and the children right now.
She left me
because that's the position. That's the position right now. You are not ready to drop money over even the children.
Is that what she said?
Are you asking me?
No.
Are you asking me?
No, sorry, ma. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not asking.
You just said it now that you rather if you can have the children under your roof, and I'm just telling you that the children can't be under your roof because they are underage.
Yes, ma'am.
At that age, the law anywhere will give full custody to the mother, but they will not deprive the father from having access to those children, which is the position right now. And the only way is for her to move in with you and the children. And I said, you can't make her to come back to your house. You are both adults. It's not as if she's your wife.
Yes.
If she's your wife, it's a different thing entirely. So you don't have any say on that. But for the fact that, yes, she's there with the children, you are where you are. And that's why she's in court. Take responsibility over your children. You said they are your children.
Yes.
And if you say 5,000 naira, you yourself, can you feed with 5,000 naira for 2 weeks? Not even a month, 2 weeks. Can you? So why are you being cruel towards your children? That's cruelty.
Order! The defendant, Michael Akinyemi, has been reluctant to commit to an upkeep amount that will support a good living for the children. He claims that he really does not want Moturayo, his baby mama, to raise his children. Judge Fumi cautioned that it is rather too late to choose the mother of the children because the deed is done already. She encourages both parties to team up in raising the children.
I don't want her to train those children up.
She's their mother. You shouldn't have impregnated her.
It's
too late. That is too late.
No,
That's too late.
I don't want Tunrayo.
It's too late
to train up those.
You know why? Let me tell you. What you are saying is too late. That's why ordinarily, as a young man, you should have taken time in choosing the person that you want to bear your children. I know of people that will say they are concerned about IQ. Some people, they will tell you they are concerned about the size of the pocket of the man. People have different reasons. So it's your choice. You made that choice. Nobody forced you. Do you understand? It's your choice. And after that, somehow the two of them decided not to have more children together. They are living apart. The relationship is not working. But the deed is done, and it's not the children's fault. You pay their school fees to the school. Okay?
I have to know this.
How much is the school fees?
50.
I can't pay that. I can't. I will take them to the school that I want. Yes. Not even the school.
Order.
The school that they were paying 80,000, you mentioned 50,000 here.
You see?
I will take them to the school I want.
Let me
I'll
say,
be paying them.
When it comes to school fees, he has a point there. And the worst scenario, I always say, is if he finds a school and the school fees there, and you both, there's a school, and let's say the school fees for the two of them is 40,000 naira, and you want a school of 50,000 naira.
They are going to school, the school they are going before, I'm paying 13,000 naira for their school fees. The last time he came to my shop, he thought to me that I'm taking my children to 13,000 naira school. I'm happy.
Was he giving you money?
And he's not giving me anything. And the school they are going, they are know nothing. Because they don't used to play. I don't allow them to play. And if they are come back, maybe they are changing teacher in their school. And that thing affect them. So, and I took them to another school. I just took them to that school. They have not even, this session, this time.
You know what? You're talking about school now.
Yes, ma'am.
You choose the school that they have to go to have to be somewhere around the house.
Yes.
You know that?
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
Otherwise, you've been incurring transport fare or school bus fee again.
Yes.
So,
thank you.
Go and all this one for the next 2 months before the end of just looking at your situation. On the school of the children, if you have an alternative school, we inspect and confirm.
Yes,
it's about the standard of the school and the nearness to our house as well.
Yes,
we check it out. But remember, they are your children.
Always.
If you train them well, you'll be the one that will benefit it.
Always.
If you don't, do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So be fair. Yes. If you go to that school and you check other schools around that area and you discover that they're about the same range, you know it's possible.
Yes, ma'am.
You discover they're about the same range.
Yes, ma'am.
And the standard is the same. Just leave it as it is. Because it's not even always good to be changing the children's schools all the time, you know.
George Fumi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement. After the break, George Fumi rolls.
But for now, every 2 weeks, for the two children, you'll be advancing now 10,000 naira. That's 20,000 naira per month. So, for now, all Sundays, any Sunday that you deem fit to visit the children or take them out, you let her know at least 2 days before. You agree on where. I would love the place to be a public place, like eateries. Do you understand me? There will always be people around you, the two of you, and let the children, you can bond with them there. You can be together for 2-3 hours. As time goes on, if you both decide to increase the number of hours, you can. Do you understand?
Yes.
But for now, you make it between 2 to 3 hours to be with the children. Then after that, you can go back home. So you do that for now. Then you pay. You start paying them. By end of this month, make the first payment for the next 2 weeks. You give her. Then at the expiration of that other 2 weeks, you give her another 10,000 naira for the children. You have a bank account details?
Yes.
It doesn't have? It doesn't?
I do not have your account.
Which
account
Which
of
bank?
I sent money?
Which bank is it?
He was using Diamond Bank.
You have Diamond Bank.
GT Bank.
GT Bank.
She changed. I sent money to you on August 20.
Doesn't matter.
27.
Before you leave the premises,
I sent money
give
to
him
her
your.
August 27.
Let him have your. And look for a school by then. If you want to change the school, look for another school around that premises. So that's my ruling.
All right.
Thank you, Ma.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Good afternoon. I am Khadijat Balogu, and this is the news update.
Ongoing trial of an undergraduate of the University of Lagos, UNILAG, Chidinma Ojukwu, over the alleged murder of Michael Ataga, the Chief Executive Officer of Super TV, has been stalled again. Ojukwu's trial was stalled due to a contest of integrity of the deceased bank statements presented before the Justice Yetunde Adesoya. The accused, who has been charged with murder, stealing, and forgery alongside her sister, Chioma Egbuchu, and one Adedapo Kodri, is standing trial before a Lagos High Court sitting in Igboshere. Two representatives from Access and GTCO banks had appeared in court to tender the statement of account of the deceased as evidential document. The first defense counsel, Onwoka Ego, however, objected to the evidence being tendered, saying the document came like a spring of surprise. On his part, the second defense counsel, Babatunde Busari, objected to the bank statement on the basis that it was different from the account details already tendered to the court as an exhibit. The Lagos State Deputy Director of Public Prosecution, Adenike Oluwafemi, later prayed the court for an adjournment so as to make the needed adjustment. The trial was adjourned till Tuesday, April 26, 2022. The 10-year-old female student suspended by Christian schools, Lagos State, over alleged sexual misconduct with a colleague during a school competition at Dubai, United Arab Emirates, has deleted all the videos on her account on a social media app, Likey. The account, with over 12,400 fans, drew attention shortly after a video clip of the pupil and a male colleague engaging in sexual acts went viral on Twitter. The child had been operating the page for 3 years before the incident at the Dubai competition happened. While saying she was raped, her mother accused the management of the school of conducting a pregnancy test on her without parental consent, allegations that were denied by the school. The Lagos State government had shut the school before reopening it last weekend. However, last week, the state government and the police authorities grilled the school management, the teachers who participated in the competition, and the pupils' parents. The health condition of a defendant has stalled the proceeding of the murder charge against the owner of Hilton Royal Hotel, Ile-Ife, Abdulrahman Adedoyin, and 6 others at Osun State High Court sitting in Osogbo. At the resumed hearing, one of the defendants, Magdalene Chiefuna, suddenly developed a strange health condition which made the Chief Judge, Justice Adepele Ojo, rise, depending the resolution of the circumstance. The counsel to the second, fourth, and fifth defendant, Murtala Abdurrashid San, prayed the court for an adjournment of the hearing of the defense. Leading the prosecution counsel, Femi Falana SAN, said they were not opposed to the application for an adjournment. The case was then adjourned to the 25th of May.
When the case came up this morning, we informed the court that we are, based on the fiat from the Attorney General of Osun State, that we are going to lead the prosecution because the police team has done marvelously well. So we are only leading, we are not taking over the case. We are leading the prosecution at this stage.
And there is a need to create more awareness about malaria and examine efforts towards the prevention, treatment, control, and elimination of the disease, so says the World Health Organization, WHO. According to World Health Organization, over 600,000 deaths from malaria were reported in Africa in 2021. Our health correspondent, Ngozika Ohaichese, report takes a look at the mosquito-borne illness and the fight against it.
Over the years, Nigeria has been fighting to put an end to the deadly malaria scourge. According to the latest World Malaria Report, Nigeria accounts for about 31.9% of global malaria deaths, which is approximately 200,000 deaths in 2021, and over 60 million people are infected yearly. With this global report, the war against malaria is yet to be won in Nigeria. According to Dr. Suleiman Hamza, he says that the dirty environment across the country is a major challenge to stemming malaria scourge.
The environment is not quite clean because this is one of the reasons why malaria is still thriving. If you go to our towns and villages and wards, you still see refuse dump littering everywhere. The Ministry for Environment, even though I cannot speak for them, but from what I am seeing on the road, they are doing a lot to keep the environment clean. But it seems the people are not cooperating fully. For instance, in some areas of Kano City, people will bring out all the refuse dumped from their compound and gutters around them and dump them on the street. So this causes, it blocks the drainages and it causes a lot of havoc. So the environment is not quite clean, and that is why malaria is still thriving.
On the streets of Lagos, residents share how often they take ill with diagnosis pointing to malaria and the remedy they apply.
Sometimes in a month, like once in a month or twice in a month. As an adult, once in a month, but the kids, I can't count. Every day their body temperature is always high. I have malaria, like sometimes I take anti-malaria, and if it not work for me, I used to take all these herbs. Because of the environment, the water, so the mosquito is too much.
For me, it's maybe twice in 2 months. Once it happens, already I know the remedies, I can go to a pharmacist. But before then, I have to do a kind of lab test to know the dose, the level of such. So when I go to pharmacy, we know the right medication for me. It would prescribe, and once I take it, I'm okay.
I have malaria because I take care of myself often. So I do go for checkups and stuff like that. So no, not really. I don't really have sickness like that. Sometimes I use normal herbs, like normal herbs. So sometimes I go to the hospitals. But normally I used to go to the hospitals.
Too much to get malaria, but anytime I feel like weak or headache, so there is one pharmacy in our side that I recognize well. So when I go there, the man will treat me. You give me the normal malaria drugs. So 3-4 days, the thing have gone. So
I take all this agbo. They call it little abas. The typhoid. They will give me the typhoid, the passion, because the agbo is hot. When we mix it together, when I take it, I will see the effect in my body. So later I go to gym and work out. I do exercise a lot. Cures.
Dr. Suleiman discourages the use of herbs for the treatment of malaria. He explains that individuals with underlying health challenges could face serious complications from the use of unscientifically proven herbs to treat malaria.
Treatment with herbs is not encouraged. I do not encourage treatment of malaria with herbs because of a lot of issues. Sterility, dosage, and people with comorbidity, people with renal or liver dysfunction can have problems with herbs. So I do not encourage it. Of recent, I know in ABU's area, it has been tried. It is formulated in form of a sachet that could be dipped into warm water and the water. So that is a scientifically proven herb that can be used in the treatment of malaria. But the common herbs that once a person has malaria will go to the bush and then pluck some leaves and possibly take it, then it's not encouraged.
This year's World Malaria Day theme, harness innovation to reduce the malaria disease burden and save lives, is no doubt a global wake-up call to all health sectors across the world to innovate new vector control approaches, anti-malaria medicines, and other tools to speed up the pace of progress against malaria. Ngozika Ohaichasi, Plus TV News.
And moving on to outside Africa, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has kicked off defense talks with more than 40 countries at U.S. Ramstein Air Base in Germany by expressing confidence that Ukraine can prevail against Russia in the 2-month-old conflict. Austin assured Ukraine full support and called Russia's invasion baseless, reckless, and lawless. He said nations of goodwill from around the world stand united in our resolve to support Ukraine in its fight against Russia's imperial aggression.
Ukraine clearly believes that it can win, and so does everyone here. Ukraine needs our help to win today, and they will still need our help when the war is over. As President Biden says, our security assistance has gone directly to the front lines of freedom and to the fearless and skilled Ukrainian fighters who are standing in the breach. My Ukrainian friends, we know the burden that you all carry. And we know, and you should know, that all of us have your back. And that's why we're here today, to strengthen the arsenal of Ukrainian democracy.
And in business, the Minister of Mines and Steel Development, Olamilekun Adigbite, says Nigeria has about 70% road infrastructure deficit, while stressing the need for the country to boost local bitumen production. According to the minister, only 50,000 kilometers of 200 kilometers of road networks are paved in the country. The minister disclosed this in Abuja during a press briefing on the concession of the delineated Nigerian bitumen blocks. The minister added that the cost of road construction in the country would ultimately go down with the local production of bitumen, which would also lead to import substitution, local content development, and increased value addition to the mining industry, job creation, and more revenue for the government. And finally, in sports, Jason Tatum scored 29 points for the Boston Celtics as they completed a 4-game sweep of the Brooklyn Nets. They are the first team to reach the second round of this year's playoffs after a 116-112 win at the Barclays Center on Monday. Jaylen Brown and Marcus Smart added 22 and 20 points respectively, with the second seeds set to face each other, either Milwaukee or Chicago, with defending champions the Bucks holding a 3-1 lead.
Second game back for Williams. And Durant gets to the hands of Curry. Both players still down. It's 4-on-4 here. And Durant turns it over. Durant with 17 turnovers in the first 3 games. Tatum makes him pay.
I'd rather have...
Kyrie was excellent in that one, but he has really struggled since. Oh, man, Tatum. And a foul by Tatum. Williams has Durant duty right now. Durant rises up and carries one. Durant up ahead with Tatum on. He finds Curry in the corner and set.
It's not just what you say, it's what you do.
4 to shoot. Here goes Brown. Durant closes on him, and Brown, he got it back, and he gets to the rim. 22 seconds left, and Durant's first miss. And now Smart on the run out. Horford running with him. Marcus Smart will take it. Left hand layup. No. Horford will cut back.
See, I like the attack right there. Instead of pulling it out to run down.
And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Khadijat Balogun. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games, Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
When I heard him, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though at birth, from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything. We did a genotype test, then they told us it was AA. So we didn't even think it was sickle cell anemia. So once it clocked 2, he stopped having crisis. So we continued like that until last year. It was a mistake. So it was during the exam, he now started serious, couldn't breathe properly again. Though naturally, he's always been on the, no matter what he eats, he doesn't add weight. But for him, I knew from birth that he was a sickler.
Some of my own experience are the hand pain. The hand pain, I've never experienced the hand pain. I only experienced it once after all the pains were gone. But the chest thing was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, that is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen capacity, carrying capacity, is becomes abnormal. It can no longer hold. Now, what we call sickling. That word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is concave, and when it is now sickled, it's cut, it's sickled. Like a sickle. That means the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the warrior has been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to, the relationship between your family and friends becomes, there's this strain, especially if you don't have a patient family, that really understand what sickle cell is.
I was exposed to a lot of medications, a lot of treatments, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So, being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say. Whenever any person has had sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. There is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived oxygen to the cells. Malaria is something that actually brings my own crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. But if it starts with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with I'm 35 now. So let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And there are some instances where you lose a job.
I won't say it has been easy for with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Go down and transplant the progenitor cells, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult red blood cells. So that's the major treatment. The other complementary measures are just palliative people have tried. Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's the woman's fault, right, for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before at the point you're telling somebody this was going on, it's not as if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened enough, but they're still telling you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not the only child. I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much. Every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell but they didn't believe me until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they not believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they not started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement, and warriors can live to 90 years.
But the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, yo, forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, that helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity, I just had to develop it. But then, you can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong, if you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, PlusTvAfrica, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos Vision and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has announced a 100% funding increase for the state's employment trust fund. According to the governor, the increase is part of measures to help grow small businesses across the state through soft loans. The governor made this declaration at the second edition of the Lagos Employment Summit, co-convened by PlusTvAfrica and the Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget. Sanwo-Olu also noted that the state government had committed over 10 billion naira in grants in the past 3 years to strengthen the activities of PlusTvAfrica, supported 4,000 micro, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs. This is the Greater Lagos Vision. I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Welcome once again. This episode features transport sector reform. Sanwo-Olu kicks off e-hailing lag drive service with 1,000 sports utility vehicles for first phase. Building collapse. Lagos State government partners insurance firms set to pay compensations to victims. Waste management, sort your waste and get reduction in waste bill. As part of efforts to reduce frequent cases of collapsed building and liabilities associated with it, the Lagos State government is set to introduce a mandatory insurance digital solution platform for all property owners in line with the federal government's Insurance Act. There has been cases of collapsed buildings across Nigeria, and Lagos is not an exception. This results in loss of lives and billions of naira in investments. The 21-story building in Ikoyi, Lagos, which collapsed on November 2, 2021, was under construction before it caved in. The state government has now taken the bull by the horn to prevent such occurrence.
In the last 44 years, there have been over 480 building collapses to be precise. And this is the information that we have. This is the data that we have. Imagine so much more that we didn't even capture. And this just highlights and goes to strengthen the importance of insurance. Many a times when these incidents, dangerous occurrences have occurred, the government is almost like the last resort where we then need to pay compensation. What we're saying now is safety is everybody's responsibility.
To reduce the burdens and losses incurred by victims of collapsed buildings, the state government enters into a collaboration with insurance companies to ensure safety and, in the event of liabilities, pay compensations to the persons concerned.
We are taking the purchase of occupiers' liability to another level. We want to, first of all, sensitize everyone that this insurance is not about IGR. It's not about what comes to the insurance industry. It's about the safety of all. You know, sometimes we say, God forbid, it will not happen. But many times we have seen it happening. And when it happens, some financial responsibilities come with it.
Ilori adds that a digital solution platform will provide hitch-free and transparent activity. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reiterated his administration's commitment towards supporting innovative ideas and investment in technology to achieve global solutions. Governor Sanwo-Olu, who stated this at the opening ceremony of the Microsoft facility at Ikoyi, said it was inspiring to see efforts made by the company in putting up the smart building, despite the challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic.
Well, it's incredible to see what, the imprint of Microsoft, here in Lagos and in Nigeria. I mean, given the level of investment, it's not only encouraging, it's actually very audacious. I must indeed see that it's going round. It's indeed a smart building, and you've put a lot of resource. I don't expect anything less with a global name like Microsoft. But it's really around how we now, like you said, develop local, skills and local talents, and local, people understand what needs to be done to ensure that your investment are safe and secure, but more importantly, the kind of partnership that you require, to see it grow. As a government directly, we see ourselves working with Microsoft, even on the business side, but more importantly, in terms of infrastructure and developing the space so that, granularly people, and the citizens can utilize the full benefits of what resources have been put in here.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has sworn in 3 new permanent secretaries, bringing the total numbers to 50 in his public service in less than 3 years. The governor charged them to justify the confidence reposed on them by adding more value to the service.
Almost 70 to 75% of the current corps of permanent secretary were appointed in our administration. And that tells 2 things. One, the fact that we want to continue to identify, and recognize the brightness of our whole lot in the service of Lagos State, and that's what we're doing. Secondly, is also to give people that are deserving this position. We know how enviable it is to rise up to the position of permanent secretary, but if you're deserving of it, we will not deny you or debar you of that.
As part of measures to ensure and guarantee the comfort and maximum safety of commuters, the Lagos State government has launched a new e-hailing taxi scheme. The scheme will complement the multimodal transport network being developed in Lagos in accordance with the strategic master plan of the state. That's according to the governor. A partnership agreement for a new e-hailing transport scheme was signed in 2021 by Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and Chinese CIG Motors Company Limited. The result of that agreement is now manifest with the launch of the new e-hailing taxi scheme. It's known as Lagos Ride, with 1,000 sport utility vehicles for the first phase. The scheme is expected to compete with other e-hailing platforms. The driver or operator has a right to own the vehicle after payment is fully made within 3 to 4 years. Governor Sanwo-Olu said the initiative is to further ensure a seamless transportation system for the commuting populace in the state.
Under this arrangement, all beneficiaries will be provided with a brand new car, which over time will become the driver's property after the completion of the payment of the vehicles that have been heavily subsidized.
The governor described the day as historic. He said it's a step to further drive the development of the transportation master plan to put Lagos on the plan of a safer, comfortable, modern and forward-looking taxi scheme.
We are starting and we're putting our money down to show to the private sector that we can do it and we all can do it collaboratively. These are no workers of Lagos State. These are Lagosians, these are Nigerians that will be taking over this. So our arms are open to other private sector investors to join us to ensure that we can increase this fleet to 3,000, to 5,000, to 10,000.
Commissioner for Transportation Frederick Oladende highlighted some of the safety features of the scheme.
The safety and security of lives and property are equally as paramount as the pleasure the drivers or the riders will enjoy on the Lagos Ride taxi schemes. Hence, the installation of security embedded dashboard camera in each car for real-time activities and monitoring, with panic buttons connected to the control command center that can be used by either parties inside the car in case of assault or emergency.
Plus TV News spoke with some of the beneficiaries.
It was something that we saw that will be of benefit to drivers, especially to alleviate the challenges and the burdens that drivers have in terms of owning their cars.
The Modern Ride Service is one of the state government's socio-economic intervention programs. The government promised to get it professionally managed in line with global best practices. Sort your waste and get reduction in waste bill. That's a message from the Managing Director, CEO of Lagos Waste Management Authority, LOMA, Mr. Ibrahim Odumboni, to Lagosians. Odumboni said residents who comply would get reduction in waste bills and increase for those who don't. He added that LOMA was engaging recycling as a veritable tool to tackle the challenge of plastic pollution, as the state generated about 13,000 metric tons of waste daily, with plastic materials constituting 17%. Joining me shortly is the Managing Director, CEO of Lagos Waste Management Authority, LOMA, Mr. Ibrahim Odumboni, for more insight into how LOMA is complementing the Governor Sanwo-Olu's themes, agenda, and a dream of a smart megacity. Thus, after this break, please stay with us.
In terms of waste management, there are various chains in the various steps in the value chain of waste management that we need to ensure that a lot of cares are taken about, from point of generation, sorting your waste from source, containerization, collection, disposal and treatment, and also maybe waste to energy and waste to wealth. We need to ensure that that chain all connects very well. And part of the way we want to connect is to encourage this operation from source, so that the end value will be there for everyone to see. Also, if you look at it, if we continue to sort our waste from source, we can tackle things like pollution, plastic pollution, and waste pollution in a couple of areas across the states. So if we look at Lagos, as about 25 million plus people living in there, knowing fully well that each and every one of us will generate about 176 single bottle a year. And with that in mind, we have about 4 billion bottles generated annually. So if those 4 billion has been generated annually are not captured or taken back to produce new ones, does that really mean that over the next 10 years we're going to do 40 billion bottles? What about the previous 40 billion bottles that we have? So we can't continue in that vein. We need to change the way we live. We need to modernize. We are an emerging economy in Lagos, and I know that we are a pace setter for other states in Nigeria. So talking to our people to ensure that they separate their entire waste from source is going to be a massive push towards achieving a smarter city and the team's agenda. So for us, we cannot continue to depend on the landfill structure where everything goes to the landfill. We should be able to extract all the usable resources from our waste before we consider landfill as an option. And I know that there will be a point from our plan over the next 10 years to ensure that we achieve a zero waste in Lagos as an emerging economy in Africa and as a pace setter for other states and other countries around us as well. And for our household, the reason why we initiated that from the 1st of April, all residential estates and companies or private organizations should start is because before we roll it out to everyone across the state, we believe those are organized environments where it's controllable and achievements are measurable as well. And we've also seen that a lot of these our communities, since the introduction of Waste Blue Box scheme, which gave back to Lagos Recycle, was initiated on the 5th of September 2019. We've seen a couple of estates start doing one form or the other of recycling. But now we're formalizing it. We're encouraging them to ensure that the waste are not commingled. We're also encouraging them to use a two-bin system where there's a general waste and there's a recyclable waste. And we want to ensure that all our recyclables are also used to generate jobs. A lot of jobs have been generated from recycling over the last 24 months. Over 6,000 jobs and counting. And we believe that there will be effects on our lagoons and shorelines and our drainages. There will be a time where you won't be able to see any single bottle in our drainages, in our canal, and water could flow easily. And all the marine habitats, we have the freedom to develop without having to be also accommodating plastics or floatables among them. Paying for waste management is sacrosanct. It's not free. Because the people that are running are the people that are going for you, catering for your domestic waste all across. LOMA, as an agency and Lagos State, we cater for the public spaces. and we regulate all the private private businesses or private residential properties that they service. But these businesses are there they are there as a business that we are building to grow. We don't want any of them to be a going concern. So if people are resisting to pay to them, it's basically you're denying them the opportunity to be able to transact. And I want to also state that we have a enforcement and monitoring team that ensure that when we have cases like that, our what the people call wule, our health officers are there to support the CDAs, the CDCs, to be able to tackle or mitigate against any or discuss and manage the situation when we have any tenement or any household that's having the issue of waste management. And in situations whereby it's gone beyond management, then we have a legal system that backs that. So the legislative arm of Lagos State also backs us with over 28 magistrate courts. There's no room for ignorance. There's no room for excuses. We've now gone all the way. We created Loma Academy to be able to educate people and create awareness. All our public primary schools in Lagos, through the support with SUBEB and Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, we've been able to educate them on waste management. And they are going to be our ambassadors, our advocates for the parents that they are under, to be able to ensure that we try and change from bottom up, while we continue to use publicity, media outreach, like this conversation, to let our adults understand and also remind them of their responsibility. But all in all, there's no excuse for ignorance in waste management. We do a lot of things across stream, and it's always out there, and that's why we highlight it for all stakeholders or all interested parties to be able to understand where we are and where we stand at this point in time. We've been very innovative and we've been very proactive about the way we approach waste management in Lagos over the last 2 years by showcasing ourselves and ensuring that a lot of ways we're communicating to people with what we're doing. So we have our social media handles, our website, our app, and also we collaborate with other agencies to make sure that our message are passed across. There's no day that you will not hear about Loma, either in the news, or you see us, or with our PSPs, or with our sweepers that are on the road. But the key thing that I must stress out there is waste management goes beyond collection and dumping of waste. The only part of it that we need to all work on, which is me, you, and all our listeners out there, is the attitudinal change. You can deploy the entire trucks in the whole world to Lagos to manage waste. But if we don't change our attitude, if we don't start doing the right thing the first time, if we don't start doing what we know that is proper, if we don't start following what the law says, if we don't start looking after ourselves, if we don't start changing our attitude to what a cleaner environment is, we all know this. We all know the benefit of a tidy environment. We all know the benefit of what clean environment brings to in terms of health. We all know all these things. So, but why are we still doing the wrong thing? So that's why we continue to advocate. You see, Loma, we've started going across all the LCDA this year. We've been to 18 LCDAs out of the LCDA and LGA out of the 57, and we'll continue and ensure that all that is completed before the first week of June. And what do we do there? We go there, we sensitize them across the chain of waste management, from collection, generation, separation, containerization, recycling, treatment, and also the loads of achievements that we made. One of the major ones is, you look at COVID-19. Without Loma, where do you think we'll be with COVID-19? Lagos as a very populated state. What do you think we'll be with COVID-19? With a small landmass, all surrounded by water, everybody conjugating as one. What impact? What role do you think Loma played? So for people out there, a lot of people out there understand that we played a vital role to support our governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, ensuring that COVID-19 was mitigate against the risk of COVID-19. We started reintegrating all our medical waste during the period of COVID-19 till date. So we take all the medical waste all across the states and ensure that they are all incinerated. We moved away from traditional treatment of medical waste. We also ensure that we have a dedicated team that are trained and specialists in this. And by doing so, we're able to reduce all the risk across. We've also used that to develop and automate our system in terms of management of waste. we've looked at the need for us to regionalize our operations. So we divide our operation into 5 different districts, and then we manage from there. So if you tell me now what's going on in Ekpe or Badagry, with a click of a finger, I can tell you exactly what's there because I have Loma operatives there. So we've done a lot across. We've reformed some of our legacy programs, like the sweeping program is all being reformed. Our engineering team is now functioning as a solely made in Nigeria engineering team. We make our bins ourselves, we design our trucks ourselves, we assemble our truck ourselves, we fix our truck ourselves, we're making things ourselves rather than buying and maintaining. So a lot of changes across. But for us, I think one of the reflections that we have in waste management is we have a lot of, Lagos has a very big advantage over every other state in Nigeria in terms of waste management, in terms of the fact that the human capital and the stakeholder around it are very knowledgeable and passionate about it. Starting from the governor, he understands it very well and he provides a lot of mentorship and leadership and coaching for us on waste management. So it's given. We have a governor that waste management is given to. Then I have a lot of management team or senior executive team in Loma, and even all the junior staff in here. We are all very scientific about everything we do, and sustainability is very key to us. So a lot of things I've known, a lot of things I've learned, a lot of things I'm learning. There's no end time to learning in waste management. And all these people that have been in this practical over the years are now having the benefit of having someone from the economic side of things, from the technical side, coming in to inject a lot of sustainability into what we're doing. So I really appreciate the opportunity this gives. But for Lagosians, it just basically demonstrates what the future holds for us. Waste management is never going to be the same. Every year, year in, year out, there will be changes that we are making for a better living for Lagos as a whole. I'm very confident that by the end of this year, we have an MOU in place for our first energy facility in Lagos. But I must state that in Lagos, the energy facility that we're going to have in Lagos, we'll try and find the best sustainable at a very affordable cost and also strategically placed for the state. We're also going to look at what fits. We are not going to use one size fits all, but we're going to choose the best proponents, the most active proponents, and the more realistic proponents to be able to deliver that to us. We've reached a time whereby 100% of what we have in waste can be put to use. And in putting that to use, it is very important that we understand what our future goals are. Our future goal for waste management is to have an energy plant in Lagos, which is our immediate goal in this year. And then to ensure that over the next 3 or 4 years, we start to help to solve some of the energy problems that we have in entirety across the states. And in 10 years' time, we should be able to have replicated what we've done across certain parts of Nigeria and look at movable energy. If you look at the team's agenda, one of the key agencies that was mentioned in the team's agenda, if you really digest it, is Loma. Loma was mentioned as an agency on the team's agenda when looking at the health and environment. And it shows the importance of what we do here to every part of the agenda. And I believe that with the structure the team's agenda creates and the interlink that Loma has with other agendas, we are on course to ensure that a successful delivery is given to all the ultimate goals of the agenda. And I can well assure you that we're given the opportunity to innovate, develop, evolve, be dynamic, and challenge the norm in Loma. And that's why we are here where we are now. On a daily basis, we challenge the norm. We go to look at status quo. What do we need to change there? What do we need to improve? If it's not broken, sometimes we leave it. But if it needs to be fixed, we go all out and find out the root cause and how can we make sure that the changes that we are making is sustainable. And I can tell you out there, part of the smart city agenda and the team's agenda is to ensure that we're not just doing it and it's just not coming from somebody's head or somebody's thought or somebody's ideology. We are now professionalizing what we're doing. So I'm happy to tell you that even all my management team and my junior management team will be proceeding on a sustainability and circular economic training for them to be certified as waste manager for the state. And what that does is it creates sustainability for Loma for the future. and also builds on from what our governor's agenda is in Lagos State.
That's all we have for you in this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
The People's Democratic Party and other opposition parties have lamented the level of insecurity in Nigeria. And Muslim Rights Concern rejects Governor Sanwo-Olu's endorsement for a second term. This is Plus Politics, and I'm Kofi Bartels. You're welcome. The People's Democratic Party and two other opposition parties have lamented the rising insecurity in the country, which has caused the death of 12,250 citizens between January 2021 and March 2022. According to a report compiled by research group SB Morgan, and an advocacy network, Enough is Enough Nigeria, 6,102 civilians were killed within the period, while 1,055 security personnel were also killed. Now, further breakdown shows that 571 of those killed were soldiers, 307 police officers, and 193 vigilante members. Very grim statistics, but joining us to discuss this is public affairs analyst Ihechukwu Ibeji. I'm glad to say he joins us live in the studio. Mr. Ibeji, good evening to you. Thanks for your time.
Good evening, and thank you very much.
These are really grim statistics, I mean, it should send a shiver down the spine of anyone.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say?
It does send shivers down the spine of everyone, and especially given the fact that there seems not to be any actual head-on manner in which it can be handled, or it can be managed, or it can be nipped in the bud. Loss of life everywhere is something that is taken very weightily. It's not an easy thing, and what's even more frightening is the fact that it progressively over time, and it's not something that started today or in this dispensation. It's something that far, of course, has outstayed this dispensation. It has progressively become more sophisticated, so to speak. These are not mean figures, and there's no lighter way of saying it than to say that the situation is just horrible.
All right, because this is Plus Politics, we always look at the political angle of things. But as far as the People's Democratic Party is concerned, and the statements they're making, not just the PDP, but two other opposition parties lamenting the rising insecurity in the country, is this political fodder, political hay, for the PDP at such a time?
Absolutely. You see that one of the nexus of one of the key points, objectives for this current dispensation, which they used to come into power, was to guarantee security and to nip in the bud the insecurity that had been fostering right from the previous administration that they met on ground. So every political party at this point, especially as we advance towards the 2023 elections, will begin to use this as a campaign, strategy to see how they can also win votes. But I like to, of course, I like to deviate a lot of times away from the mere politics of these numbers, because we're talking about lives and property of people, the value of livelihood, the value of life itself, and the quality of life has so diminished, and these deaths that are being, these wanton killings that are going on, are not just anything you can politicize so easily. So away from them coming out to try to use these figures to campaign and all of that, you must look at the psychological and the actual situation on ground. And then the actual situation on ground is not something that you can just wave away. So yes, a lot of political parties, and I mean this is just one part of it, are going to use this as part of their manifesto. Of course, what you're going to find is that this current dispensation will be on the slab of the judgment of the people, and the politicians and the political parties are going to milk it. And if you look at this kind of figures, this is more or less like a performance lead board for them, and this performance lead board doesn't really do good.
Interesting.
It doesn't really do good.
Whilst the statistics cannot be argued with, whilst the numbers cannot be argued with, should Nigerians also be cognizant, or bear in mind that before you remove the speck from your neighbor's eye, you need to clear the one off your eye as well, and take the criticism, the statements of these political parties with some caution. Look behind the scenes, and also realize that this is also political milk for them.
Absolutely. Look. Let me say this so clearly, and let me say this There's no better way to say it, and we only, as a people, be deceiving ourselves. We don't tell ourselves the truth. The insecurity challenges that any administration, this current administration faces, is not a little one. It's not a small one. Apparently, when they were probably campaigning to come into power, they must have looked at it from the rhetorics and looked at it from the plans, looked at it from the grammar and the objectives. But what you find on ground is totally different, because insecurity is not something that you can just wish away or tackle away. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to tell you that, look, any political party that's going to use this as a campaign chip must be ready to show that it can tackle. If for nothing else, the current administration have had the experience of actually facing the actual insecurity, and they've seen for themselves how not very easy it is. And it's not to say that they've not made effort. To be quite frank, it will only be foolhardy to come out and say that they've not made effort. They have made effort, but it is one thing to make effort, and it's also another thing to see those efforts, of course, tail into success. They have had their successes, and at the same time, they've had their failures in this area of insecurity, and I'm sure that genuinely they will continue to try to see what they can do, but they have to keep trying to do more and more, because once a life goes, it can never be gotten back.
All right. Interesting and very important, rather. Once a life goes, it can never be gotten back. Once again, we'll try and bring up more political juice out of this. It's the People's Democratic Party itself. Do they have a moral justification to judge the APC on this? I'm not talking about Nigerians now, the party itself. What do you say?
As dispassionately as I would like to always remain in everything I say, or anything, every time I come out to comment, I don't think they have any moral justification.
Well, why would you say so?
Because they also had an opportunity to tackle the same security challenge when they were in power, right? And while they may say that the records show that it was less compared to now, the truth of the case was that it still remained there. That insecurity challenge still remained there, and it actually started to fester as at that time. We started to experience a lot of insecurity as at the last PDP led, when they were in power. We started to experience what was called, from different angles. We experienced the Niger Delta militancy. We experienced the Boko Haram attacks. We began to experience a bit of kidnapping with ransom, attached to it. And since 2011, there's been a source that speaks to us having paid over $18 million in ransom alone, and ransoms are being charged of between $1,000 and $15,000.
These are ransom paid by families.
Yes, by families. And these are things that we started to experience not from this current dispensation. So they will have to be faced with the moral justification to convince the people that what they did before, by not being able to nip it in the bud then, nip it in the bud in such a manner that this current dispensation used it as a campaign chip to come into power, they are able to get a magic wand to do that same thing at that time. And that's something that they are faced with at this current time.
The elections, the general elections are around the corner. The political scene is heated up as we speak, and Nigerians will soon have to make a choice between which political parties of the 18 available from INEC, and that will be on the ballot paper if all things go according to plan.
Yeah.
Or, we can't be too sure in these days.
Yeah.
But Nigerians will have to make a choice.
Yes.
Now, are you confident that the voting public is aware of the issues, and aware enough to be able to say, hey, All Progressives Congress, presidential election, these are the issues or problems you have? At least I'm a voter in Kaduna State, I'm a voter in Borno State, I'm a voter in Benue State. You have failed as far as insecurity is concerned. I will not vote for you. Or tell me what you're going to do better before I vote for you. Or, hey, PDP, when you were there, we still had these issues and you didn't even make it any better. Boko Haram came up while you held sway. So what are you going to do? Do we have the voters who, have such an awareness to ask these questions and in an informed way vote?
Let me be very sincere to you and point blank. I see a situation whereby the voting public are going to be looking at the individual, not entirely about the party. Now, the party brings forth the individual, but the integrity, the composure, the track record of the individual is going to sway a lot. And let's be very clear. None of the parties have really done done themselves a whole world of good when it comes to the major issues on ground, such as insecurity. None of the parties.
But what about when it comes to the presidential election, where you have just one man and then a flag bearer, a running mate rather? Are you confident that Nigerians can look at the track record of these parties and based on the track record say, I will vote for you because you give me a reason to vote for you, or because you have failed and I don't believe you can do any better?
Nigerians will speak with the PVC, and they speak with their PVCs based on the failures of any party that fields a candidate that is not, attractive to the people. That is not accepted by the people.
There's a school of thought. I've had the chance to talk to some, of your fellow public affairs analysts. They say nothing is going to change. The people are not aware enough or independently minded enough to make the hard decisions to say, APC, this candidate you're presenting us, we think he's good. We're going to vote for him because we think he can solve the security. He's convinced us. Or APC, we won't vote for you. Or PDP, will vote for you. We won't vote based on ABC. We're talking about security or insecurity, as the case may be. There's a school of thought that says nothing will change. It's going to be business as usual because we're not ready to change anything.
I've heard that school of thought too. In fact, I've been in conversations as a public analyst, experienced public affairs analyst over time to have arguments and discussions about that. But I kind of feel differently. Maybe I'm one of those who are not part of the 12 disciples. Maybe I'm one of those who are outside the 12. Maybe you can say 13. But in all the years that we've ever had elections, this is one election that's so important because these 7 years have seen Nigerians in a different level.
But we're talking. I also present the program on radio as well as on TV. I hear people commenting on social media. People are talking, but we are still talking. And it seems nothing will change.
Do you remember?
We're just going to get to the point, and the usual is still going to emerge. And we'll all just go and vote, and things are just going to continue. Nothing will change.
Most of the time, I like to say, let's wait for when the action happens. But what I like to also tell you is that the people showed their hands during the end SARS issue. The passion.
After that, what happened?
Well, after that, it is all bottled up. It's all bottled up because you cannot head them off. You cannot head them off the voting polling votes. They are going to walk down to the polling vote, whether you like it or not. Have you ever been to the polling vote? I voted in almost every other election. And how fiercely they guard their votes at those polling votes and count it is very key. So you need to understand something that you cannot, and what I'm trying to tell you is that you cannot wish away. You cannot wish away the determination of the people.
We keep talking about end SARS, and I mean, a lot of people were happy to see that the young people were rising up to speak with their voices at end SARS. But I mean, right now, the message that has been passed is that you fire some bullets. I don't mean to trivialize the massacres the panel has rightly called it. I don't mean to downplay, but the message that has been clearly passed is that the people will run back to their shells, if you fire some gunshots. Now, I had been in Port Harcourt before coming to Lagos. And you have people who are listening or watching us right now in Port Harcourt. They can tell you the election times when the major parties brought out their boys or brought out people in uniforms, God knows where they're coming from, with weapons, the voting public ran back home. Nobody came out to vote. If
the politician and the political parties do not think or they believe that it's going to be business as usual, then they should not campaign.
They will campaign, but
no, they shouldn't campaign.
But nothing is. People are just going to say, you know what? I don't feel safe enough to go vote because I'm in the southeast. I'm going to stay at home. I don't feel safe enough to vote because I'm in the northwest and northeast or middle belt. They're going to stay at home.
It's going to be affected in certain
someone's
areas.
Going to say, oh, I'm seeing 1 million boys. I'm seeing NURTD or some other group on the street with machetes in Lagos. They're chasing people away. I'm not going to vote. Oh, the police are looking the other way. They're not doing anything. I'm not going to vote. People have not demonstrated the fact that they will not back down even if lives are lost. And that is the message that has been transmitted to those who are ready to do anything.
This pattern has been on for years, as I said before. Lives have been lost before now. Yeah. People have tried to show some kind of apathy that they will not vote when the time is there. But let me be very, very clear and certain to you. The will of the people is strong. you cannot wave it aside.
Let's look at. Let's look at the NSAS anniversary. Okay. We have the NSAS anniversary, and people wanted to march to mark the anniversary, and the police commissioner Hakim Odumosu, who supervised the police actions during NSAS, and was given an honorary an award by the Lagos State House of Assembly after that, or before that, I need to check. Yeah, after that, when he was leaving. And now with this Lagos State Traffic Motor Parks Union that MC Oluomo of ESWA NURTW, or the ESWA NURTW chairman, has now been placed in charge, and now fighting with other factions or other groups. He was also made a part of that. Thank you. Clapping for him. Well done. Now, the man said no protest would be allowed on the anniversary of NSAS. And the protesters and the young people and old people alike all obeyed. They sat in their cars and they drove past the Lekki. Nobody came down. The few managed to come down, they were arrested. Nobody said anything. Nobody said anything. Nothing will change.
You missed the point. The point wasn't that people were going to protest. The point was that they were going to mark the memorial. And as long as they were concerned, but they passed that message.
Okay.
Whether they were in their car, honking on their horns, whether they waved the flags, whether they drove past with speed, yet they came out. And that, to me, showed a will.
What about...
You cannot wave aside the fact that, look, NSAS transcended the young or the youth.
Absolutely.
It was a strong message
Absolutely.
of people who had come out and said, look, this is our feeling, this is how we felt. And that message was strong. And anybody who's going to trivialize that message, or who's going to trivialize the fact that the will of the people is something that you cannot step on, then that person may just be taking them for granted.
All right.
So I know that the political parties will not take the people for granted.
So we have a large number of people in Nigeria. Last election, over 80 million voters. And we know that from 1999 or from 2003, I need to check, the number of voters, registered voters who turn up on election day has been dropping. We had the highest number of registered voters in the 2019 presidential election, and we had the lowest voter turnout in the 2019 elections of all the years since 1999. You look at voter apathy, it's an issue. It's an issue. And you're telling me that people are going to come out, irrespective of whether they feel it's safe to do so, irrespective of whether they feel there's a reason that their votes will count?
Let me put it this way. There has always been cases of voter apathy right from the days of SDP and RSC. You can never guarantee the total maximum of the voters will come out at the polling booths. But what does the winning of a vote translate to? It translates to the maximum total number of votes that are voted for the most popular party. And that is all that you need to take a look at. Even at the last local government elections, there was voter apathy. But at the end of the day, it was all about the party that came out to campaign even more vigorously.
So the parties that you've talked about, for instance, the PDP is pointing an accusing finger at the APC, saying you're responsible, insecure in the country, you've not done well and all that. Look at the stats. And you're saying that the PDP too also has to look at itself and ask itself questions. Have you seen any political party amongst the other 16 political parties that can give the two leading parties a run for their money?
To be quite frank,
because that is where, if you want to see a change, it may come from. May. I'm not saying you can have a change in the PDP or the APC. You can. But
another thing about winning elections is about party structure. I mean, you look at Nigeria as a country, as within the 6 geopolitical regions, the 774 local governments that it has, which of the parties has that structure on ground? And that's one reason why I said to you, one of the major determinants for this next election will be the individual. The individual. Any of the parties, the 2 key parties who select that individual who the people believe in, and that the people hold on.
Okay.
The people
Okay.
are convinced that this is a person who can deliver for us, will sway their votes.
So have you seen anyone, and I'm going somewhere with this, have you seen any candidate that the people can believe in amongst all those who've come out to say, I want to, let's start from the People's Democratic Party, who can do something different amongst all those who've come out to pick forms, so to say, I intend to pick a form?
There are a lot of credible candidates who have come out of late.
Okay, so for instance, Peter Obi, is that who you're looking at? I don't know. I'm not campaigning for him. I'm just asking. Because people seem to, cast him in the same light as those technocrats and all that, like Kingston Moghalu. They say he was governor of Anambra State and he left a healthy, account.
Yes, I mean, so let me tell you something. When the people begin to look at such candidates, and if you trace back, and then you make comparisons now, and they begin to make this kind of comparisons, begin to breed out this kind of qualities about this kind of people, you see that their judgment, their mindset, they're making the kind of judgment for the kind of person that they think should suit Nigeria. It tells you who they don't want.
Okay,
it clearly tells you. It tells you clearly.
Yeah.
It clearly tells you the kind of person that they do not want.
So I think we can safely say. Let me edit what I said. You said I shouldn't say nothing will not change. You disagree with that. Okay. Why I said nothing will not change? Because no other party outside APC or PDP will produce the next president. It won't happen. For what I'm seeing, it won't happen. Now, these candidates that you're talking about, you have, because people are sitting there waiting for the election day to go vote. But the election is even won before the election, my brother. And people are sitting back saying, and sir. So I want to ask you this. There is no way, or there's a high chance, let me say, a very limited chance. Do you agree with the school of thought? Let me put that way. There's a limited chance for an aspirant who doesn't bribe delegates to emerge, or doesn't do political horse trading to emerge as the party's flag bearer. In these two parties.
The mechanics of internal party politics,
especially in these two,
the mechanics of internal party structure, of course, requires that the candidate has to do what is required to make sure that he comes out as a flag bearer. But what we see a lot of times is that even in doing that, the party mechanism always looks at the caliber. And in this state, the current party in power know that there are a lot of things, a lot of areas where the jury is out on them. And that's one of the reasons why you will find that eventually they are going to ensure that the kind of candidates who are going to come out eventually to run for that primaries are kind of candidates that will make it impossible for the Nigerian man not to at least accept one.
So you believe that the normal, or what we've seen in the past, what we've seen play out in the past in the presidential primaries of some parties, where it's about who has the money bag, who can pay the highest. I do admit, in 2015, Muhammadu Buhari said he didn't have money. All right, he didn't have money. I don't know if maybe Atiku had money then. I don't know. But yes, it can happen. But it takes some of the candidates that are being touted from the two leading parties. These sound like candidates who would not even pay one kobo because it's not their principle to do that. Do they have a chance?
Principles aside, as long as you're playing politics and you're a politician, you will do what is necessary to make sure that your target, your objective is gotten. Now, whatever is done in that internal politicking is what, you or I can only be left to be imagined. So even when they say that they do not have money or money bags to throw around, they still do what is required to come out as candidates.
All right.
Yes, I do agree with you that the two strongest parties on ground that who are even doing something currently are the APC and the PDP. And for now, that is the grim realities on ground. And that is what is going to remain unless another party comes out with the right form of candidates and the right form of structure to rival them. And that's just where it is.
What do Nigerians need to do, the voting public, what do they need to do right now, even before the elections, to ensure that as far as insecurity is concerned, the next president of Nigeria will be someone, male or female, who can tackle insecurity head on? I'm not talking about what we call bobo juice.
Yeah.
You know, you come on TV and then you talk, you know, and then meanwhile it's just talk, because people can look at your track record and see that you've not actually done what you say you want to do for Nigeria in the little office you've had. So what do Nigerians need to do starting now, so that by the end of the day, you know, Mahmoud Yakubu announces the result, you have a president who can tackle insecurity head on?
They need to look very critically at all the candidates that are coming out, all the candidates that are claiming that they can deliver. They need to look at the number of people who have been killed since 2011. They need to look at the number of people who have been displaced. They need to look at the fringes on which this country is on, the number of refugees that have been rendered homeless. They need to look at the pervasive kidnapping that's continued. They need to look at the insecurity that has gone from not just Niger Delta militancy down to Boko Haram, down to the cattle harass issues, down to the kidnapping, down to the robbery. They need to look at all of these issues and look very critically at the experience of the candidates who are going to come out and ask themselves the kind of questions that speak to, can this person take the tough decisions? Because what is required is tough decisions. We hear a lot of stories when presidents go into power, and we hear things about them being bedraggled by kitchen cabinets. They need to look at people who cannot be bedraggled by kitchen cabinets. There are candidates who are out right now who have taken certain decisions at positions of power that tells you that these are the kind of people that can do something when the chips are down. And it's very important, because let me be very frank with you, the 2023 political election is going to be one of, if not the most important elections in the history of this country, because we are practically at our throes. In the last 7 years, I don't know, or I don't recall we've experienced the kind of situations that we experienced, so much so that the value of life is so devalued.
Right.
And these are the things that Nigerians need to look at when they make their choice.
Interesting. It's good that we've ended up running off on the note of what needs to be done, not what has happened in the past. Yeah. Thank you very much, Ihechukwu Ibeji, for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
And that's the much you can take on this first segment of Plus Politics. And we'll be right back. We'll take a short break. When we return, Murik rejects Governor Sanwo-Olu's endorsement, or rejects the endorsement of Governor Sanwo-Olu for a second term. You're watching Plus Politics.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
An Islamic organization, the Muslim rights concern MURIC, has condemned the endorsement of the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for a second term, describing it as unfair and provocative. This was in reaction to last week's widely reported endorsement of a governor for a second term by the Governor's Advisory Council, a group in the All Progressives Congress ahead of the 2023 gubernatorial race. The Governor's Advisory Council is an apex decision-making organization of the APC in Lagos. The director of the Muslim Rights Concern, Professor Ishaq Akintola, expressed the group's displeasure over the governor's second-term endorsement. In a statement he personally signed on Monday, MURIC maintained that the endorsement was in violation of a long-standing unwritten rule on rotational governance between Muslims and Christians in Lagos State. I'm glad to say joining us tonight to discuss this is Director of Muslim Rights Concern and the man who signed that statement, Professor Ishaq Akintola. Good evening to you, Prof. Thanks for your time.
Good evening, sir.
All right. Tell us about what zoning arrangement are you referring to as far as Lagos State is concerned?
Come again?
Yeah. What rotation, power rotation arrangement are you referring to in Lagos State?
Oh, well, you will recall that when former Governor Akinwumi Ambode was to come into office, when he was to become governor, the Christian Association of Nigeria, Lagos State chapter, actually came out boldly requesting that the next governor must be a Christian because a Muslim had spent 8 years. And of course, it was that was how Akinwumi Ambode became governor. And when he was vacating office, Governor Sanwo-Olu was brought in. Akinwumi Ambode had spent 4 years. Governor Sanwo-Olu is now concluding his 4 years. And of course, because Akinwumi Ambode was not allowed to come in for the second term in office, it was Sanwo-Olu that came to complete the second term. Well, naturally, one would expect that the next governor that will be running for the governorship in Lagos State will be a Muslim, because it's now a rotational thing, and of course that's a neat arrangement if we agree on that rotation. But surprisingly, last week, the stakeholders of the ruling party, the APC, just came up with this conclusion that they had endorsed Governor Sanwo-Olu for the second term. So we were pleasantly surprised, and we came together, and a lot of Muslims have been asking us, why wouldn't we say something about that? Why wouldn't we speak up for the Muslims? So, and that's the whole thing. Of course, you remember there is a rider there. We are saying, look, there is no hard and fast rule there. Even if Sanwo-Olu is going to run for the second term, which means Christians would then be in office for 12 years and not 8, then by the time Sanwo-Olu finishes his second term, a Muslim governor should come in and and the Muslims would also spend their own 12 years in office. Of course, in a democracy, we believe negotiations, dialogue, agreements should be reached. So we are expecting that even if they were going to announce Sanwo-Olu for second term, the Muslims should be, as stakeholders, major stakeholders in Lagos State, should be consulted. And that's what we are asking for. So if they insist, Sanwo-Olu should spend his second term now, then there is no doubt about it. At the end of his second term, a Muslim must come in, spend spend 2 terms, and then another Muslim will come in to spend another 4 years, making 12 years to meet up with what the Christians have spent in office.
All right, Professor Ishaq Akintola, I'm sure you're aware that in the Governor's Advisory Council, the group which made this endorsement, which actually isn't binding on the All Progressives Congress, they have to meet to either ratify a consensus candidate or have a primary of a governorship primary involving different candidates. I'm sure you're very well aware that the Governor's Advisory Council is a mere group and that this group has a right to endorse who they feel should be endorsed. And this is not a statement of the party in Lagos State.
Oh, I'm not sure I had you correct.
Okay, I'll repeat myself, Prof. I'm saying I'm sure you're aware that the Governor's Advisory Council is simply a group. It's not a statutory organ of the All Progressives Congress. It's not a constitutionally recognized organ. It is just a group of individuals with common interests in the APC. And this is their private individual view that the governor of Lagos State has done well enough to deserve a second term, not the view of the party. So the party actually has not said anything about this.
That is when the APC, a political party, the ruling party, feels about the governor. We are not controverting that. We are not saying Sanwo-Olu has not performed. When the Christians demanded that a Christian must come on board, they didn't say Fashola did not perform. They didn't say the Muslim governor who was there did not perform. The issue is fairness, participatory democracy, inclusivity. There should be no group that will be excluded in decision making, in governance, and in the sharing of our common patrimony. That's what we are saying.
But Prof, the question
when the party is taking a decision,
yes.
When the party is taking a decision
yeah.
about who should come on board, they should also consider the multicultural nature of our society.
Prof Akintola, I guess you didn't hear my question right, so I have to repeat it. I'm saying that this group called the Governor's Advisory Council of the All Progressives Congress, it's a private group. It is a group of individuals. It is not a statutory part or organ of the APC. It's just individuals who have their view, just like Muri can have its view. The party has not taken a decision to endorse anyone. The party can't even do that, except through consensus by which other aspirants must sign in writing that they also endorse the candidate. So the party really, in essence, hasn't taken a decision. And the group says that this is their private view, independent of the party.
If it is in the interest of the party, is it in the interest of the people of Lagos State? Are those individuals in that council, are they oblivious of the fact that there are Muslims and Christians in this country? When we take decisions, we should consider our environment. There are no hard and fast rules to this. You consider your environment, and whatever decision you are arriving at, they can consult anyone. Nobody stopped them from calling the Christians. Nobody stopped them from calling the Muslims. But to just say because they are in council and so they are taking decisions, that is balderdash. We want to be involved. Because
but Prof, you seem to be arrogating so much power to this Governor's Advisory Council when they actually do not have any power than to campaign, than to say we support this person. That's all. The party has not said that they're going to endorse anybody, and I doubt the APC will endorse someone, except, of course, there's a consensus amongst all the candidates in writing, according to the Electoral Act.
We have to talk, we have to speak out now. We do not have to wait until somebody announces a primary. The whole world had it on radio, on television, and it was in the papers that Governor Sanwo-Olu had been endorsed by leaders of the party. So what else do you want to call primary? What else do you want to call the next decision? Why should the Muslims now wait for the final decision or whatever, the final name to be announced for primary? When leaders of the party have said they endorse Governor Sanwo-Olu.
All right, Prof. Seshaka Kintola, I'm sure you're aware. Are you not aware that the Governor's Advisory Council, which is an independent group, not a statutory organ in the APC, is made up of members of the Islamic faith? We have several persons in that group. For instance, Senator. I'll just, in case you're not aware, Prof. In case you're not aware, let me help you by reading out the names.
Even if the council has members of the Islamic faith, that is not the way to consult Muslims of Lagos State.
Prof, maybe you do not believe me. Prof, can I just read out the names for you, sir? Sir, please let me read the names for you. We have Senator Oluremi Tinubu. She's there.
Your problem is when you ask questions now, you don't want me to give an answer.
No, Prof. In order for you to have context,
I am saying, can you listen to me?
All right,
can
Prof.
you listen to me?
I'm listening to you, Prof.
What I'm saying is, even if members of the Islamic faith are in the council, in the governor's council, those are politicians, not people. These are not Muslims who have the interest of the Muslims of Lagos State at heart. They are not there in the council to represent the Muslims. Then the members of the council will need to reach out to the Muslim community of Lagos State, whose leader is Professor Tajuddin Badamasi. He knows what the Muslims want. The Muslims in the governor's council don't know what the Muslims of Lagos State want. Don't confuse us. We are saying this is what we want our own interest to be represented. You are saying some Muslims have represented us in the governor's council. Who knows them? We don't know them.
So, Prof, are you saying? Yes. So, Prof, are you saying an academic of your standing, of your years of experience, you prefer for the leadership of Lagos State
to take objection to that description?
Okay, I apologize. I apologize, sir. No offense intended. I apologize.
In the public space like this.
I apologize, Prof. I hold you in very high regard, Prof. I apologize. My apologies, sir.
I may be forced to call off the interview.
I apologize to you, sir. I'm just trying to put it in context, but I apologize.
It's no longer a friendly interview.
I apologize to you, sir. No offense intended, sir.
So abuse that for me.
No, sir.
I am calling it off. Call me another day, please.
Prof, are you there? Sincere apologies to you, Prof.
Call me another day.
Hello, Prof. Are you there? Sincere apologies to you. No offense intended. Okay. Are you there, Prof? All right. We seem to have lost him. We'll try and get back to him. I didn't mean any offense there. I may have crossed the line for him, but certainly on my part, I didn't see anything wrong in that. I may have been wrong, and for that, I've apologized. I will still try to get back to Prof on a personal note to say sorry to him. But I was going to ask him, as an academic, it would be expected that, he promotes an egalitarian society based on ideas, a society that is devoid of religious sentiments. This is the Nigeria we want to see, and Lagos State has been able to get to that point. Should he be dragging Lagos State back, or does he not see it as taking Lagos State back, when we're looking at voting on the basis of religion? Of course, you remember in 1992-93, Nigerians came out to vote a Muslim ticket, and those were the days in the country where it was more about the ideas and what you have for the people, and how many votes you could garner, not whether you're Muslim or Christian. So I was about to ask him whether, as an academic, he feels that it's not against his own standing in society. But Prof, if you're watching, sincere apologies to you, sir. No offense was intended, and I will try personally to reach out to the Prof to apologize for him. You know my style. I'm always very fiery. But the members of the Governor's Advisory Council, according to reports, include the following persons. We have the senator representing the Lagos Central Senatorial District, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, and her two colleagues in the Red Chamber, Solomon Adeola, Lagos West, and Tokumbo Abiru, Lagos East. You have the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila. You have the current Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, who himself is a Muslim. You have the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa. You have the ex-Speaker Adeyemi Ikufo-Riji, former Deputy Governor Mrs. Idiat Oluranti Adebule, and others. You have the likes of Tajuddin Olusi, Prince Tajuddin Olusi. You have Henry Ajomale, former Lagos State APC chair. You have Prince Abiodu Ogunleye, ex-deputy to former Governor Tinubu, Otumba Bashiru Lebiosu, and so on and so forth. Alhaji S.A. Seriki, Ashiwaji Olorofumi Bashorun, and of course Prince Rabi Oluwa, and so on. So it's a mixture of Christians and Muslims. But another question I'd have liked to ask the Prof is, you know what, he's talking about 12 years of a Christian ticket as far as Lagos State is concerned. But Lagos State had 2 consecutive administrations, 8 years of Tinubu and 8 years of Fashola, making 16 years. That's more than 12 years by my maths, if I'm not mistaken. But hopefully we'll have a chance to talk to him tomorrow. That's how much you can take, and that's the size of the show right here on Plus Politics. My name is Kofi Bertels. Sincere apologies to you if you're watching and you were also offended by the question, and no offense intended. We'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for your time.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Hello there. My name is Oluseyi Akinwale Fashui. Orúkọ rere ó sàn ju wúrà lọ, meaning a good name is worth more than gold. That was the creed imparted in us when growing up. This forms the background to my good old days story. My late grandfather, an Ondo man from Okegbogi compound in Ondo State, was a revered Reverend Father of the Anglican Communion that traversed the whole of Western region back then. His sojourn in line of work brought him to Abeokuta, where he met and married my grandmother of the Deke family at Ikuruake, Abeokuta. This is the basis of my dual lineage of an Ondo man and Egba man. My late father, Prophet Olujimi Timothy Fashui, resident in Ibadan, retired as a higher executive officer at the then Nigerian Cocoa Board, Cocoa House, while my late mother, a trader, Oluyemisi Fashui, hails from Abeokuta. I was born at Lafia Hospital in Ibadan. I am the first of only 2 children, the other being a girl, now married. I grew up with my maternal uncle, late Mr. Adekunle Ladende Esquire, who was then an agricultural officer and later a divisional officer at Ugumosho during the Western region days. My uncle, an Egba man, was a strict disciplinarian. His wife, a midwife then, likewise trained us all on strict moral standards. I will share some of my learning experiences with them in the course of my story. I started my primary education at Bodija International School and completed it at St. Benedict's Private School, Ibara Abeokuta, when my uncle was transferred to Ogun State after creation of states in the 70s. Then to St. Leo's High School for secondary, Ogun State Polytechnic for A-levels, and University of Ilorin, where I obtained B.A. Hunt's degree in performing arts. Growing up was memorable and indeed indelible. From early days at Old Bodija, Ibadan, where streets were paved, neat clean gutters and drainage systems, security guaranteed, even with low fence and no barbed wires. It was then considered uncultured to speak across fence to your neighbors. Notable places then were Palm Chemist, Keba Chemist, KS Motel, Cocoa House, Agodi Gardens and Zoo, Premier Hotels, Rotunda, and a host of others. In those days of strong values, our normal day usually will begin with bell ringing by Daddy, my uncle, for prayers. Songs from hymnal books, psalms from Bible were sung and recited off heart. Till date, I can still read Psalm 23, 121, 122, 103, 91, and some others from memory. Then, everyone had a car to do before school. Everyone was trained to write with Ami, the foundational phonemic notations of Yoruba language, which is Doremi, and speak in Yoruba language. Proverbs, idioms, witty sayings, storytellings. Alo, alo. Oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku bimo, gbogbo ọmọ ẹ̀ ló yàjẹ́ o, kíni o. Pardon me as I won't be able to translate this in English language, but it suffices to say each story then ended with a lesson in moral and conduct. It is strange, therefore, to know that majority of families nowadays train their children strictly on English language and eroding our cultures and traditions, all in the name of westernization. This is a tickling time bomb. Values inculcated in us were good character, good name, discipline, integrity, truthfulness, cleanliness, hard work, dedication, loyalty, God-fearing, sound education, and responsibility. I remember a day I was running late and dressed up for school without doing my morning cars. As I prostrated fully, saying, Udabosa, meaning bye-bye, sir, Daddy asked, have you done your course? In Yoruba, I couldn't answer in the affirmative. He then asked that I should go and remove my uniform and perform my duties, and that when I get punished for lateness in school, next time I'll learn to wake up earlier and do my cars. This taught me how to be responsible and time conscious. I remember another incident of my goose. My uncle requested for a glass of water. 50-50 calls it. Half hot water and half cold water, making it warm water. As I dashed from his front, I accidentally kicked or brushed his leg while leaving. He called me back and instructed me in Yoruba, Lo mu adawa kowa ge itakun to fese ko lenkan, meaning go and bring a cutlass, machete, and cut the tree roots you kicked then. I turned to leave, only to realize my goof of not apologizing when I kicked his foot in error. I quickly prostrated and said, sorry, sir. That was courtesy lesson 101. I never forgot the incidents and lessons, using an idiom for corrections. Wow. I remember the good old telephone always under lock and key. I won't disclose some naughty pranks we played to dial numbers without opening the padlock. God help you if you are caught in the act. Your punishment will be near capital. I recall my uncle had tools of various artisans. We repaired minor things ourselves. Hammer, nails, saw, crowbar, shovels, plumb, ladder, plumbing machine, a toolbox for screwdrivers and paint brushes. We actually painted part of the house once. He was a hands-on man, a life skill I possess till date. Memories. What of dress code? Everyone must tuck in their shirts going out, neat and ironed. No collar flying. Hair must be cropped neat at Maridoti Babas, Makola. But what do we have today? Nudity has replaced decency. Now we glorify Yahooism as a profession. Drugs and drunkenness proliferate and rule our world. Mentorship gone to the winds and lawlessness now order of the day. How did we get here? Growing up, our orientation of sound moral values was right. And it has helped me later in life to mix freely with people of diverse cultures and traditions. It is the same values that has helped me in my passion, drive, and calling into integrated development communication initiatives, where we use arts as a tool for advocacy and education for attitudinal change of various publics. This is a clarion call, a call for us to revisit those old-time tested values of integrity, discipline, patriotism, hard work, dedication, humility, good character, and high moral standards. It is time for us to call the emerging generation to borrow a leaf from our past when there was dignity in labor, honesty, perseverance, and belief in God, who is the author and finisher of our faith. Let's shun tribal sentiments and embrace religious tolerance. Hunger does not discriminate. You are uniquely made. Nigeria can and will be great again if we all do the needful and stop the blame game. Let us ask ourselves one question. Am I truthful and honest in my dealings? As a parent, government, or a businessman? What legacy are we leaving behind for our children? They deserve a future that is greater than our past. We owe them a duty to lead them right. Nigeria needs an urgent national moral rebirth to galvanize credible leadership and responsible followership. Therefore, I join Sir Shimore Badejo on this noble initiative to say there is hope for Nigeria still. Our good old days can be a foundation for a better tomorrow. Let's do our bit to make our country great again. Long live Nigeria. Thank you.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Good evening. I am Khadijat Balogun with the news updates. The Senate today adjourned plenary till tomorrow over the death of Honorable Okpenyong Inse Basi. Basi, until his death, was the lawmaker representing Oron Federal Constituency of Akwa Ibom State in the House of Representatives. The sitting today was presided over by the Deputy President of the Senate, Ove Omar Gege, representing Delta Central. The motion for adjournment was moved by the Deputy Leader, Ajayi Boniface, and seconded by the Minority Whip, Senator Philip Aduda. The lawmaker was reported to have died on Sunday in Uyo at 4 p.m. A federal high court in Abuja says the Senate has the power to investigate chairman of the Code of Conduct Tribunal, Danladi Umar. This is over the case of an alleged assault on a security guard at a shopping mall in Abuja. Delivering judgment today, Justice Inyang Eko said the CCT boss failed to display high moral public standards by his conduct. The court subsequently dismissed the suit by Mr. Omar, seeking to stop his investigation by the Senate Committee Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions for lacking in merits. The health condition of a defendant has stalled the proceeding of the murder charge against the health condition of against the owner of Hilton Royal Hotel, Ileife, Abdul Rahman. At the resumed hearing, one of the defendants, Magdalene Chiefuna, suddenly developed a strange health condition which made the Chief Judge, Justice Adepele Ojo, rise, pending the resolution of the circumstance. The counsel to the second, fourth, and fifth defendant, Murtala Abdurrashid, SAN, prayed the court for an adjournment of the hearing of the defense. Leading the prosecution counsel, Femi Falano, SAN, said they were not opposed to the application for an adjournment. The case was then adjourned to the 25th of May.
When the case came up this morning, we informed the court that we are, based on the fiat from the Attorney General of Osun State, that we are going to lead the prosecution because the police team has done marvelously well. So we are only leading, we are not taking over the case. We are leading the prosecution at this stage.
And Governor Yahya Bello of Kogi State will tomorrow pick his expression of interest and nomination form. The governor paid the required 100 million naira for the purchase of the forms today. Thousands of Nigerians from all walks of life stormed the Eagle Square in Abuja on Saturday, April 2nd, 2022, to witness the official declaration of Governor Bello to run for president. Troops of 34 Artillery Brigade Nigerian Army have neutralized 2 gunmen and arrested 4 other members of the outlawed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, and its armed affiliate, Eastern Security Network, ESN, in a fierce gun battle along Olu-Osu Road on 25th April 2022. This was around the general area of Aluminium Company and All Saints Church. There is a need to create more awareness about malaria and examine efforts towards the prevention, treatment, control, and elimination of the disease, so says the World Health Organization, WHO. According to WHO, over 600,000 deaths from malaria were reported in Africa in 2021. Our health correspondent, Gozika Ohaichese, report takes a look at the mosquito-borne illness and the fight against it.
Over the years, Nigeria has been fighting to put an end to the deadly malaria scourge. According to the latest World Malaria Report, Nigeria accounts for about 31.9% of global malaria deaths, which is approximately 200,000 deaths in 2021, and over 60 million people are infected yearly. With this global report, the war against malaria is yet to be won in Nigeria. According to Dr. Suleiman Hamza, he says that the dirty environment across the country is a major challenge to stemming malaria scourge.
The environment is not quite clean because this is one of the reasons why malaria is still thriving. If you go to our towns and villages and wards, you still see refuse dump littering everywhere. The Ministry for Environment, even though I cannot speak for them, but from what I am seeing on the road, they are doing a lot to keep the environment clean. But it seems the people are not cooperating fully. For instance, in some areas of Kano City, people will bring out all the refuse dumped from their compound and gutters around them and dump them on the street. So this causes, it blocks the drainages and it causes a lot of havoc. So the environment is not quite clean, and that is why malaria is still thriving.
On the streets of Lagos, residents share how often they take ill with diagnosis pointing to malaria and the remedy they apply.
Sometimes in a month, like once in a month or twice in a month. As an adult, once in a month, but the kids, I can't count. Every day their body temperature is always high. I have malaria, like sometimes I take anti-malaria, and if it not work for me, I used to take all these herbs. Because of the environment, the water, so the mosquito is too much.
For me, it's maybe twice in 2 months. Once it happens, already I know the remedies, I can go to a pharmacist. But before then, I have to do a kind of lab test to know the dose, the level of such. So when I go to pharmacy, we know the right medication for me. It would prescribe, and once I take it, I'm okay.
I have malaria because I take care of myself often. So I do go for checkups and stuff like that. So no, not really. I don't really have sickness like that. Sometimes I use normal herbs, like normal herbs. So sometimes I go to the hospitals. But normally I used to go to the hospitals.
Too much to get malaria, but anytime I feel like weak or headache, so there is one pharmacy in our side that I recognize well. So when I go there, the man will treat me. You give me the normal malaria drugs. So 3-4 days, the thing have gone. So
I take all this agbo. They call it little abas. The typhoid. They will give me the typhoid, the passion, because the agbo is hot. When we mix it together, when I take it, I will see the effect in my body. So later I go to gym and work out. I do exercise a lot. Cures.
Dr. Suleiman discourages the use of herbs for the treatment of malaria. He explains that individuals with underlying health challenges could face serious complications from the use of unscientifically proven herbs to treat malaria.
Treatment with herbs is not encouraged. I do not encourage treatment of malaria with herbs because of a lot of issues. Sterility, dosage, and people with comorbidity, people with renal or liver dysfunction can have problem with herbs. So I do not encourage it. Of recent, I know in ABU area, it has been tried. It is formulated in form of a sachet that could be dipped into warm water and the water. So that is a scientifically proven herb that can be used in the treatment of malaria. But the common herbs that once a person has malaria will go to the bush and then pluck some leaves and then possibly take it, then it's not encouraged.
This year's World Malaria Day theme, harness innovation to reduce the malaria disease burden and save lives, is no doubt a global wake-up call to all health sectors across the world to innovate new vector control approaches, anti-malaria medicines, and other tools to speed up the pace of progress against malaria. Ngozika Ohaichasi, Plus TV News.
And moving on to other parts of Africa, Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta opened a public viewing of former leader Mwai Kibaki's body on Monday within the Parliament buildings in Nairobi. Mwai Kibaki left a long-lasting legacy ranging from a new constitution, a revived economy, democracy, and free primary education, amongst other things. The governor of Kiti County, Charity Ngulu, evokes Kibaki's many achievements. President Kenyatta declared a period of mourning in the country. Former President Mwai Kibaki will be given a state funeral with full military honors. And in business, President Muhammadu Buhari has lauded the AFDB for planning ahead of whatever negative consequences may come from the Russian-Ukraine war in terms of food security. Additional had briefed the president on steps being taken by the bank to avert the food crisis in Africa in the foreseeable future. Adesina said the Russia-Ukraine war would create global problems, and particularly for Africa, which imports a huge percentage of its food from the two countries. According to Adesina, the AFDB has developed a $1.5 billion Africa Emergency Food Plan, which is now before the bank's board for approval in preparation against the evil day. And in entertainment news, some Nigerians today revealed their favorite tourist attractions within the country and reasons they love those sites. They spoke in separate interviews in Lagos. Ms. Priska Ekenimo, a public servant with the NYSC Lagos State Secretariat, said the tourist attraction she loved the most was Obudu Mountain Resort in Cross River. Ekenimo said that her love for this site was due to the beautiful scenery, lush green vegetation, and lovely ambience as she looked forward to visiting the site again. Faith Iya, CEO This Blog, a fashion retail store, said she loved to visit the Osun Osogbo Grove in Osun due to her interest in indigenous affairs. And in sports, Jason Tatum scored 29 points for the Boston Celtics as they completed a 4-game sweep of the Brooklyn Nets. They are the first team to reach the second round of this year's playoffs after a 116-112 win at the Barclays Center on Monday. Jaylen Brown and Marcus Smart added 22 and 20 points respectively, with the second seed set to face either Milwaukee or Chicago, with defending champions the Bucks holding a 3-1 lead.
Second game back for Williams. And Durant gets to the hands of Curry. Both players still down. It's 4-on-4 here. And Durant turns it over. Durant with 17 turnovers in the first 3 games. Tatum makes him pay.
I'd rather have...
He was excellent in that one, but he has really struggled since. Oh, man, Tatum. And the foul by Tatum. Williams has Durant duty right now. Durant rises up and carries one runner. Durant up ahead with Tatum on him. He finds Curry in the corner. And set.
It's not just what you say, it's what you do.
4 to shoot. Here goes Brown. Durant closes on him, and Brown, he got it back, and he gets to the rim. 22 seconds left, and Durant's first miss. And now Smart on the run out. Horford running with him. Marcus Smart will take it. Left hand layup. No. Horford will put back.
See, I like the attack right there. Instead of pulling it out to run down the clock.
And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Khadijat Balogun. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Today, I am visiting Chinasa and Akanimo, 2 good friends of 8 years. Their friendship is the kind admired by people who know them. These 2 ladies share their friendship journey. They weren't so close even though they work together.
First of all, friendship is a blessing, especially if you're living in today's world. You can't just peddle everything that is happening in this world. You need someone else that probably sees the same, through the same lens, have the same values, And not just in front of people or in front of the cameras we are today, but behind closed doors. Someone that would not really push, but is patient enough to wait till you come around. Funny thing is that someone has asked me, especially concerning our friendship, I said, what if tomorrow, NASA turns like a sour grape? And my answer had been that I would forever be grateful for the times that we were friends, because they were excellent moments.
So friendship for me, to your question, is trust, respect, the ability to be yourself. And I like what Ike said, when I knew that we're doing this interview, I was thinking about it, like, you know what? In truth, like, nothing in life lasts forever. We do hope that this friendship continues for as long as God tarries, as they say. But I think that what I have also been able to categorically tell myself is that should this friendship go the other way for some whatever reason, I can't imagine what that reason is, we're no longer friends, I will be grateful for the opportunity of this kind of friendship. And I say this because in a world where people can't even trust, the people around, not even family members, to find this kind of relationships, I'm just like, we're thankful to God that you can be honest and truth. You can get the truth from them. You can feel safe, like a safe space. That's what friendship is to me.
So there are a lot of things that we don't agree on. There are a lot of things, we have different tastes in different things. But at the end of the day, the core remains the same. So knowing, just as she said, the core, everything else we can take.
We haven't actually had a time where we've not been talking. And if it has happened, maybe it was just me thinking, I'm not talking to Ike and she's not aware. Like, she's totally oblivious. I probably called me. I mean, sometimes I blocked her on WhatsApp. Like, I'm not talking to Ike. And then people are like, don't worry, it's not both of you. But even that was as a joke because, again, it's the genuineness of the relationship. Like, I can be a total, for lack of a better word, I can be a jerk sometimes. But I also know that she gets it. Like, she's not going to label me and say, oh, Nasa is just this annoying person. Like, Nasa is in one of her moods. And so I think with that appreciation, you're like, okay, yeah, I can always talk to this person. It doesn't matter. I don't feel a type of way.
It's a good thing that she's annoying, because sometimes she is annoying.
Oh, but she is too.
We did not like ourselves at first. So it's not
it wasn't love at first sight.
Now, if there's anything that our friendship has, demonstrated, is growth, gradual growth. When you see something is organic, this friendship is really organic, in the sense that it just grew from seeing that this person I like, and we kind of have the same principles. And the journey has been slow and steady. There's no forceful attempt to make, either of us friends. So it's not like sit down and tell me everything about your life, if not
so
this
that
friend.
We can become
yeah, so we can become. So we catch up on it, and as we go, we take it every day. And till today, I'm still learning some things about NASA. She has friends from different circles that probably know more stories than I do. You get, and the same thing, vice versa. But, there's that steady growth. When it comes to personal development, we've been on journeys together.
Absolutely.
We're always seeking it, okay? Starting from, just wanting to be better at public speaking. So we've gone on Toastmasters journey together. We've done our MBA together. We're going to start French sometime together. We're going to do a project management together. Yep. And these plans are, I don't know, so it's not like we sit down and think about it. But we just know that we want to be better women.
The foundation of this friendship is being our shared development goals, personal, we're talking and like, I want to do this. Like, yeah, I mean, public speaking started with, how did I even start? I think
we started where we're going to be, preparing to the next level of
where
life.
We're going in life.
Where we're going to in life. And we need to be prepared so that it doesn't take us by surprise. Moving from, moving to mid-management and then senior management and, being career women. We're like, we need to be prepared for this. No, we can't start preparing in the battle.
Or some people. So we said, let's go and start Toastmasters, and we started that journey together, and then there was MBA, and then she had a mentor that she was gracious enough to share with me, and we have this one mentor that probably just thinks that these girls are crazy. But, so I'd say it's the shared goals that's also one of the glues of this friendship. Like, we know that we're going in similar direction, so it's easier to sort of cultivate. To the people that are struggling with friendship, like I said, understand, first of all. So first, one thing AK said, you know, what are you, first of all, understand, who are you yourself, right? And do that self-assessment. Be true to yourself. That's the only place that you can, that's the first place to begin. And then with that, you can attract the kind of people that you want to attract based on your own true self.
I think there's a reason why the Bible says love your neighbor as yourself. And she just buttressed that point. You have to understand who you are. Accept yourself. Then know that friendship is not about modification.
Yeah.
Friendship is different from followership. If you want to be a leader or a boss of people, then go and gather people and pay. You know, maybe you have a company or followership. But once you come to real friendship, you must learn to coexist. Human beings are not perfect. Yeah. You must give an allowance for that, and you must take time to build that bank of trust. Yeah. You keep depositing into it, and you must build that. It takes time. Don't rush it. Don't force it.
Don't force it.
More importantly, be a happy person. Be
by yourself.
By yourself. Be what you can attract.
Yeah.
Be sincere, be true, and it will come.
Damilola Owolabi is a life coach who believes that friendship can be great, but explains that humans need to be intentional about being the right kind of friend before seeking real friends.
Most of the people that I deal with have challenge with friends, understanding them in their critical time and state. So when they come to me, we deal with the issue from the angle of, okay, before we start bringing your friend in, your family, can we deal with you first? What have you done to merit that friend? In our own or in his or her own time or downtime, what have you done to help him or her? Now, the painful part is if they have been loyal, if they have been good, if they have been supportive, and when it now gets to their time, they got stabbed at the back, you know, got condemned and all of that. It can be more painful, and it adds more to the trauma they are going through as at that time. And it helps them, it causes their healing to elongate.
Good friendship embodies empathy, compassion and concern for other people. It requires time and work, and could transcend race, culture and national boundaries. By valuing and celebrating friendship, we foster selflessness and gratitude, and these individuals share what friendship means to them.
It's a form of companionship, a union between two or more people, like do things together, play together, eat together.
Friendship is about sacrifice, it's about tolerance.
It's an affliction you have for one another.
Someone you can rely on, call upon, be dependable to, like someone that can be there for you.
Happy International Day of Friendship. Be kind to everyone you meet.
Happy International Day of Friendship.
Happy International Day of Friendship. Happy International Friendship Day.
Happy International Day of Friendship. Be kind, be true, and be you.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in a Tiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Forcemen named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
Hello, you're welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guests today, are 2 young men who are lighting the path, charting the way for the next generation of Nigerians who, in a short while, will be fully in charge of running our society. To my left is Joshua Alabi. You're welcome, Joshua. And then to my right, even though both of them are sitting in front of me, is Aniefio Ian. You're welcome too. Now, these gentlemen are involved in an organization called Kenensaw Concepts, right? Yes. Now, they will tell us what Kennesaw is all about. So Joshua, you're the founder.
Yes, I am.
What's Kennesaw?
Kennesaw means what are you saying, or what is he saying?
Okay.
And for us, it's about what we want to say as young people. Many years ago, we thought that Nigeria is a country that is very rich, you know, not just rich in culture and tradition, and with all the languages that we have, we're rich in talent, young people, creativity. So above all the news around Nigeria about how young people are into all sorts, as young people within this same generation, how do we change this narrative? What do we want to say? How do we say it? So that's how we found Kennesaw.
Kennesaw. What's the platform that you're using to propagate these ideas?
So our platform is basically the creative industry, film and theater, and that we have done from what I would say successfully, and we are still pushing more. We want the world to hear our voices. We have something that we know that the world needs to hear. We are telling our own story, original story. So we want the world to hear us. We want the world to see us from a different perspective. I'll just quickly chip this in. We did a project called Imagination TV, and it was all about how do we see each other. So when you call Nigeria, how are we seen outside? Some people think Africa is a country. Some people don't even know Nigeria exists. So we are always out there telling these stories.
Okay. So now, Joshua, why did you guys choose that platform, the platform of theater, of film, of acting and all that? Why?
So I would like to say theater. I mean, firstly, Kennesaw is more of a theater organization. We do quite a lot with documentaries and all of that. Still, when you watch all our works, it's still from theater. And why did we choose theater? Because theater is where the live action is. You know, there is no cut. It has a power of its own. It provokes you, the audience, into doing something. Someone is in front of you, you know, acting in a very intense way. You need that feedback. That person needs to feed on you while you're feeding on the person at the same time. The synergy that it creates. So that's why we chose the platform of theater and film and documentaries.
All right. So both of you have backgrounds in theater arts.
Yes.
So you're classmates or something?
Okay. So, I mean, yes, we're classmates, and I like to tell the story how we started Kennesaw.
Kennesaw now.
In 2010, thereabout, I was in Unilag, Creative Arts Department. I came to study theater. And I had tried this years before then. I was in UI theater department. I left there, went to LASU theater department. It didn't work out until I got to Unilag. And we were about 150 in my class.
That's a large class.
Large class. Few months or about a year later, I realized that every other person, all 149 people, had come to Unilag to study something else. Either to study law or philosophy or mass comm or something else. Only one.
Original theater arts student.
So because they didn't meet the cutoff, the usual thing, they were all dumped into the department. And it was obvious the way they did things, the way they handled the assignments and practical works. And for me also, even though many of them didn't know I was a student until after 2 years.
How come? Stop. How come you didn't know he was a student?
Okay, so Joshua is that one person that you look for in class. So for me, I didn't know he was even a student.
You thought he was probably
I thought he was
a graduate assistant?
Yes, so someone that just come and work with lecturers and leave. Until like maybe when we were finishing like second semester in 100 level, and I'm like, okay. So I get to see him when all other people are rehearsing, and I get to say, and I'm like, oh, okay.
He's one of us.
So you're a student here. This gentleman that always comes with a big bag on his back. So you're a student actually. Yeah, so that's it.
What was in that bag?
Everything. My toothbrush, my clothes for the next few days, soap, food, books. Yes,
Why
just
did
anything.
you live like that?
Well, I didn't know. So of course, I enjoyed carrying my bag. And because of the nature of my work, I would probably leave school to another film set, to another rehearsal. So I'll end what I need to do maybe around 11 p.m. or 12 a.m. midnight that same day. And I can't go back home, so I just have to crash somewhere around or that same place. So it was just really easy for me to get things done.
And your parents didn't complain?
I wasn't even living with my parents. I had left my parents since about age 13, 14, thereabout.
Oh, really? So it was easy for you to just be yourself?
Yes, it was.
No qualms?
No qualms at all. They also didn't know what was going on. I had left my dad's house because he didn't want me to study theater. He kicked against
I wanted to hear that now.
He didn't want me to study theater.
What did he want you to study?
He wanted me to be an accountant.
Oh.
So he did all he could. But also, my passion for theater, my passion for telling stories, came from my mom. My mom then, even though a very devout Christian, but she was a choir mistress, a fashion designer. She played the instrument. So everything my mom did, I learned because we were also very close. And I still do.
Wow.
I make a lot of things. I can make soap. They laugh at me sometimes, like, what can't I do? I make so many things. I can do so I can make money from so many things. Okay. But then I would go with my mom to the village. She used to attend the different festivals, Shango festival. Her father was a Shango worshipper and was a Olode, so he would pull tricks and magic, and I fell in love with the whole color, costume, music, dance, the gun shooting. Everything was just really interesting to me, and that was where the passion for telling stories, for acting, for performing.
We will come back to you and your mom, because you just revealed something that's very, very interesting and key in the process of development of a person. Right now, and if you're in your case, his bag attracted you, or what?
Yes.
How easy was it for you guys to hit it off?
Well, it was quite easy for us to hit it off because I saw someone with fire. I saw someone with passion. And for one, I was not one. I didn't come to study theater in the first place.
What was your original interest?
My original interest was law. I came to study law, and unfortunately, I always say fortunately, I fall short 2 cut-off marks. I think 3 of law. I was angry. I was pissed because at the time I could study any other course in the University of Lagos, even medicine, apart from law. So I said, I'm going to do JAMB again. I need to study law. And they said, come, this guy, no waste time, now high cut-off, go find something study.
Okay.
So I went back, I said, okay, I'll do a change of course. And they convinced me that 1 year you can go back and study law if you don't like it. And I found myself there.
And 1 year in?
And 1 year in,
you
and
were
I'm
fully
like,
in.
Okay, I don't think that this young man can be serious in court anyway. So, and when I saw him, he had this drive, he had this passion, like, he made me believe you can actually make a living out of being a theater practitioner.
That's good.
That was what I saw. I'm like, okay, you have the fire. You know what? Let me join you. Let me bond with you. Let's do this together.
That was to burn or to bond.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break here now. When we come back, we'll resume our talk with these 2 gentlemen who are shining the light on a very glorious path, I believe. Welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations on this channel. My 2 guests, 2 wonderful young men. Let me simply call them Joshua and Inefioka, right? I got that right?
Yes.
Very good. Before we took the break, you were talking about your mom and her influence on you when it comes to the development of the theater bug in you. You said she is a devout Christian. but still related with her father, who was a Shango worshipper and the head hunter of the community. Which community was that?
Modakeke in
Osun State. Okay. Now, how were you able to balance those different belief systems that you saw?
For me, it wasn't totally different. Firstly, I was in love. I was all out for the fun and the depth of it. The music in church, I would sing, I would play the harmonica, I would perform acting, drama, work and with people, with other young people. Same thing in the village. The people would work together, would sing together, make clothes, and there was the performance bit. So for me, it was more about the performance and the engagement, how the people work together to have fun.
You said something about making clothes.
Yes, they made clothes. They made their costumes. Okay. All the hunters and I remember I used to meet with some of the Unifas. Then they used to make their own clothes, tying the beads, dye some of them, and it was fun. It was entertaining.
So it was like a hands-on thing for you.
Yes, it was a hands-on thing for me, and I didn't totally understand the depth of
there was some mystery to what
the mystery, yes, and the depth of this is Christianity, it was the same thing. I only remember that then my dad used to kick against my mom taking me there because he saw how
enthusiastic
and yes, I was with this thing. I didn't know there had to be, you had to choose one, Christianity or this, but I think on the long run, both have built me. I mean, I believe I'm a Christian, but at the same time, I understand culture and I love it, and I use my culture to tell religious stories sometimes.
So many years after, do you still relate with your granddad?
Yes, I mean, even though they are all late now.
Yes.
But yes, I really do. There's an aspect of them in everything that I do.
That you do. That's very good. Now, he was the one that brought you into all of this. But since you got into it, what has it been like for you?
Since I got into it, for me, I tell people that I couldn't have made it as a lawyer.
Wow.
Yes, I tell people that because for me, this is an expression. It allows you to, what I would say, impersonate any character that you want to be. It gives you the freedom to express yourself. So we have the liberty to go on stage and look the politician in the eye and tell him that you're corrupt. And he can't do anything about it.
Yes.
So for me, that freedom that I enjoy is what I value the most.
Okay.
Yes, it's a place to hear my voice. It's a place for my opinion to be heard.
Okay. Now, there's something you guys have said you've done about training about 10,000 young men. How did you do that?
Okay, so when we say we've trained over 10,000, but not just in Nigeria. I mean, I think if we were to count in Nigeria, maybe about 5 to 10,000 just alone. But we've worked in other countries. We've worked in several African countries, Rwanda, Cameroon, Zimbabwe, Angola, Egypt, and so much more. But in Nigeria, we have a festival called KIFT. With that festival, we engage at least a minimum of 5,000 students.
You said
and
KIFT?
teachers. KIFT, K-I-F-T.
Oh, okay.
Kenisa International Festival of Theatre. So we create works for children aged 0 to 2, 2 to 7, 7 to 14.
When does that hold?
It holds every November.
Oh, okay.
November every year, and we bring in international facilitators, workshops. We engage the teachers with psychologists on how best to teach children and teenagers. So in the area of arts, we teach young people, we teach secondary school, primary school children, and then we also work with communities. We have series of trainings. There's also something called the lab. So there's Bariga Lab, Oregon Lab, Ikeja Lab, where we teach young people on hands-on skills, photography, animation, and different things. We also teach business of creativity. So it's quite a lot that we do. And we work with communities as well on our advocacy project, our Theatre for Development. We research a lot. We work with some of the NGOs, and it's quite large community.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about your Bariga experience. How did you, coming from your background, you know, and then ending up in Bariga?
It was,
What was that like?
that's also part of how the second bit of how Kennesaw was formed.
Yeah.
I'd always been curious about, you know, asking questions and wanting to know things. So I found myself in Bariga. I like to, you know, express it that way. I had lived in Ogba and then to Alagbado. And even that area of Alagbado, my father built his house. It still felt like we were living in our own interesting space. We had everything. And then I went to Bariga, smelling, you know, kids. And then Bariga was very, you know, one of the most violent places in Lagos. You would go to the downtown, you would go to down Ilaje or Sosa. You'd find young people with guns and, you know, so on. It was terrible for me. I joined a theater company there, and we were always in constant battle, constant confrontation with the street talks. The street, you know, with the street, and then with the artists. We were the only people who could face them, who could. We had no guns, but we would take our performance to the street or to their base and then begin to dance and begin to do some poetry. And they would get angry, scream. They couldn't harm us because while they were trying to recruit some young people, we were also trying to recruit some young people. And that's how the art in Bariga has blossomed so much. And yes, in my quest to wanting to say something, to ask questions, that's how we formed Kennesaw to say, what do we want to say? We want to say that Nigerians, young people in Nigeria can do better, can say, can be bold enough to look into the eyes of any leader and say, you're not doing it right, you have to do it right. How do we do that? Through theater.
Now, the advocacy that grew out of that has led you to collaborate with a lot of NGOs and civil society organizations. There's a particular play that you guys did recently.
Talk and Do.
Yeah, something like that.
Talk and Do was at Alliance Francaise in Lagos. It was also in Kano and Abuja. It was supposed to go to Edo and other states, but we couldn't due to COVID. With Talk and Do, we were dealing with addressing the issues of impunity, corruption and accountability amongst the leaders. So we brought in leaders from the police commission, from the police force, from the judiciary, from the Nigerian Bar Association, from other CSOs, from the community as well. We brought them all into a room, made this theater piece called Talk and Do. And for us, just the way the name sounds, it is what you say, do it, practice what you preach. So, and then we brought them, performed this piece that had to do with how they're treating issues of people with disability, issues of police brutality, the deteriorating judicial system, and all of these issues, real issues that happen. So we performed for them, and afterwards put them all in groups, including the artists, to have a conversation, to discuss what's the feedback, what's the commitment, what are we committing to do after this? What do we want to do better?
Okay. Now, when you look at such a performance, the curious mind in the public would say it's convenient for young people to point accusing fingers at the leadership. What are young people themselves doing? There's so much yahoo around. There's so much ritual killings around. There's so much of violence motivated by this get-rich-quick attitude. What would you say as a young person?
These issues, the issue of Yahoo ritual killings, I don't think and I don't believe they are issues that can be exhausted so quickly, because the root cause sometimes are just something that they are quite disturbing. Sometimes you look at the background, where some of these people are coming from, and then you look at the pressure that the social media is putting so many young people through, and these are some of the things that has driven so many young people. It has driven them. They say, you know what, I want to get rich quick. For me, I say it's greed. Like the popular saying, you want to chill with the big boys. You want to roll with the big boys.
Yes.
I mean, these are the things that drive most young people. When I was 18, I never dreamt of driving, 504.
Yeah.
I never dreamt of driving a 504. It was beautiful from afar.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I appreciated it.
Yeah.
But all I knew is that the time was coming when I would drive a car.
Yes.
But not at that age. So what young people fail to do now is they fail to follow process. My father taught me to enjoy process. He said something that has never left me from when we were young.
What did he say?
He said, it is better for you when you're writing an exam. He said it's better for you to fail and fail honorably than for you to cheat and pass. So for each time in the university when I did a course and I failed, and people say, what did you? I said I failed it. I'll do it again. So that for me is a lesson that has and will never leave me as a person.
Sure.
Yes. So for me, I think these pressures in the society are those things that are driving young people. Process. Young people now don't want to follow process. They don't want to endure the process.
You know, carefully, when you say something like pressure from society, it sounds as though the home were being pushed out of that equation. What is society without the home?
Very true. The first place a child learns anything is the home.
Yeah.
I learned, my behaviors were built from my home. So the home is the first place that children learn, that young people learn. And it's so sad that some of these young people are put under pressure from the home. So many times I have a nephew that I've raised for a long time. And many times I would say to the mom, don't ever compare your son to someone else. Your son is your son.
Yeah.
If he gets this and that grade, he's your son. Don't tell him that, see, your friend is getting that grade and you're getting, no. This is his grade. So whenever he comes back with his grades and I'm like, okay, you got this, you got this, you got this, I say, wow, fantastic, this is good. But you know, I know you can do better. That's so. Let's strike a deal, make it better. I do not ever try to compare him with someone else.
So that's positive pressure.
Yes.
The negative one will come in the area of
it's destructive.
Money.
Why? Yes. So why not be like this? So when young people see that, I mean, some parents. I have a friend whose mom would curse on her when she needs money. Just would do anything for her to give her money, and she often says, "So this woman know how to get money." So those pressures most of the time would lead people to doing what they would not normally want to do.
There was a story I read of Professor Sam Aluko of blessed memory, who returned to Nigeria with his PhD and all that, got a job, and he went home with a car. And everybody in his village celebrated him and all that. In the deep of night, he said that his father and mother called him and said, "Where did you get money to buy that car?" And he now smiled and told them, "Oh, that car is on loan, that he bought it on loan." These days, people buy cars and nobody's questioning them. Young people, would you take a car home and your dad will welcome you?
I mean, let me say this. If I take a car home right now, my father, if he were to be alive, would still question me. Yes, he would still question me like, okay, so what do you do? What he's trying to do is, he's not saying that I cannot own a car now, but he's trying to vet, what do you do? Your job, is it able to get you this lifestyle at this particular point in time? But these are the things that some parents don't do. Some parents don't care. Our society right now, we've come to a stage where, you know what, just make it. We don't care how you make it. All we want to do is we want to celebrate you. Now the latest big boy be that.
So Joshua, where does that lead us?
it leads us into destruction.
But we don't want to be destroyed.
Yes, we don't want to be destroyed.
So what is Kinniso going to do?
Kinniso is actually doing a lot.
Yeah.
We're hoping to do more. With support, we believe we can do more. We've, over the years, touched almost everything that affects us as a people. Aside treating the subject of malaria, of cancer, we did a research for about 2 years and came up with a script and a play and some short campaign on a work called Sniper. And Sniper focused on depression, mental health, suicide. Why young people would rather just die rather than, I mean, I don't think when my parents or the older generation during their time, when they fail or when they're unable to buy the big cars, I mean, even though they were not even, the race wasn't even about to buy the big cars then, the race was to impress the family, impress the society, be the light of that, of that society. But they wouldn't die, they wouldn't jump off a cliff or into the river. But now, so Sniper tried to deal with the issues, and we met with families of people who have committed suicide or victims, and it was quite an intense project. So we touched the area of Sniper to let young people know that you're doing fine, choose life first, hard work, do not devalue hard work. Take responsibility. You fail, you try again, you move on. So with Sniper, we've done that, and with Join Body was Sorry and Join Body. We had a performance called Sorry before the election in 2019, and we had Join Body after the election. What Sorry did was, Sorry went to different stops in Lagos.
Stops? You mean bus stops?
Bus stop, yes. Ilaje bus stop. Obalende, Yanoba. We kept going from place to place around Lagos to perform to young people, market women, young and old, to let them know that their vote is their power. Even though you think you're old, Nigeria cannot give you anything. For those coming, they still need you to vote. So for young and old, we really interacted with a lot of street boys, Agberu, under the bridge. We were able to convince some of them. It was quite impressive working with them. With Join Body as well, we also looked at the aftermath of the election. Why violence? Why is that the way? Why do we, in the name of political party, break apart? How can we come together to decide and say, this person we've elected into office, you must be accountable. We must, as we were saying earlier, we must have your phone number. We must know what you're doing. We must be able to monitor the work that you've promised to do for us as a people.
No, the interesting thing is that on the one hand, society complains about young people feeling so entitled. On the other hand, the young people complain about the older generation, that they don't want to leave the scene. But can you say that the younger generation is prepared to take over?
No, we're not. We're not prepared to take over, and it is still very, it is pronounced in our body language, our attitude. We have a friend called Effective. He's a radio presenter. Effective now is vying for the, I think, House of Rep office, and he's finding it difficult to even bring his own friends to understand his vision and to support him. And we keep saying politics is for the old people, it's a dirty game. It will keep being dirty until we get involved. But to answer your question, we're not ready. And why do I think we're not ready? I think we're not ready because what we consume does not reflect a generation that wants change. What we consume in terms of content, in terms of in terms of content, in terms of our social behavior, even the economic behavior, it does not reflect it. We still reflect Nigeria is not working for me. The government has done nothing for me, so I either japa or I stay here and make it read anyhow. And with that attitude, we really cannot do anything.
I totally agree with him. Young people, we are not ready. And the reason why I'm saying we are not ready is if we take a look at the lifestyle and we want to separate generations from one generation to another, now the values that our parents had as a generation is totally different from what we now see as values. So today, our lifestyle, we've all thrown away our values to social media. So the social media instructs most young people on what to do. And for me, I'm scared because I have little ones, younger ones, nephew, and I'm asking myself, is this what they are going to come up to see? We've seen 18 years, 17, 19, wanting to drive a car, wanting to use the kinds of phones.
Well, they can drive a car if they have access to the car.
Yes, but they want to buy. They want to buy a house. So I had a friend, a sad story. We left the village together, came to Lagos. He went to school, studied electrical and electronic engineering, University of Lagos. And when he came in, he was fascinated by the lifestyle. He saw young boys driving tinted cars. And the next thing was that he wanted to drive a tinted car. Wow. I was satisfied trekking to school. I was glad doing it. But he wanted to drive a car. And today he's no more.
No more.
So he bored for 2 years, like they say in our time, and he left the scene. So for me, this is a problem that our generation
But how do we solve it? It can't be all that gloomy. There are still young people who are hardworking, who are dedicated, and who are committed to making a difference in society. Seems we're not hearing so much about them.
That's where I think for a generation that is prepared or that wants to show that we are prepared, we need to begin to celebrate those people, the people doing small things. We know a few of them. A lot of people don't. And it's not about the big things. It's about the small
things, yes.
The small, many things. We know Isaac in Ajegule. We know Shiwa Obaju in Bariga, who started a free school.
Yeah.
He built by the seaside. He bought the land, I think about 250 per plot. He bought about 6 plots with wood, and him and his friends, they built the school. And all the children within that community, when you're driving on Third Mainland, that, the wooden part you see of Bariga, every child, now they have over 300 to 400 children from primary 1 till JS3, SS3 presently. And actually last year, some of them wrote JAM and WAEC, and they came out in flying colors.
That's the kind of story we should be telling.
Exactly.
Hold on. We'll take a break now, and when we're back, we'll continue that. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. Before the break, we were talking about celebrating the members of the younger generation who are making positive waves. And you were talking about the free school. That's one Mr. Awubaju.
Yes,
Okay.
In Bariga. The school has about 300 to 400 children, and Sean has had to regularly find a way to raise funds to pay the teachers and for the children to attend the school for free. And now the government, the Lagos State government, has seen the good work they're doing, and they're looking at ways to help. There's also a Bolore Inushodi who built Chelsea Art Center, and teaching every young person that's interested within Oshodi, painting, adire making for free.
Really?
Helping them to exhibit, also looking for platforms for them to exhibit anything they make and get it bought by people, and then thereby making money. So quite a lot of people, also at Kenzo, we are also doing quite a lot with young people, and we should begin to celebrate.
So that's the thing you said about process, that to make money there's a process, to make an impact in society there's a process. The process doesn't need to be created by government though.
Yes.
Because all this you said now were created by those young people who had the inspiration to want to do something. Now, the inspiration you guys have is being expressed in the area of advocacy, of theater, of the moving production that you move from one point to the other. However, what about getting involved in politics? Why are young people running away from politics? Why?
I think it's still that thing of that question of what has the government done for me? They fail to remember that the government is you and me, whether we like it or not. You know, call it whatever you want to call it. The government is still us, and until we can speak together, get engaged, and that's the way forward. No time for fence sitters anymore or back sitters. We want change. You're sure that you want to do something good. You're sure that you have great ideas. Step forward. Let people, and don't expect to be supported at that point. You know, but keep trying. That's the thing. Everything in life is about, you know, trying again and again and again. But as we've discussed earlier, our generation, we don't have that focus. We don't have that ability to concentrate on one thing and put all our energy and effort into it to understand it, to achieve the big picture. We believe that it starts now, it has to be successful now, it has to come out fine now. If it doesn't, then it's not the way. But getting involved in politics is the way to grow now, and not just getting your PVC.
Yes, I was going to say, okay, so do you have a PVC?
Oh yes, I do have my PVC.
Okay.
And a long time ago, I changed my mind about politics being a dirty game.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Tell me the story.
About even if I vote or I don't vote, the person who's going to win will still win. So I changed my mind a long time ago, and it took me to the point that I left my house. I walked for like 30 minutes just to go and vote.
That's a very long trek.
Yes, I did it just to go and vote. And when my friends heard the story, they were like, Kushel, patriotic Nigeria, change maker. And I'm like, you know what? If we are all going to come out and say, you know, we are going to vote, it's going to make rigging an election very difficult.
Yes.
When people come out and vote, it makes rigging very difficult.
Yes.
But that's one point that we don't understand. And for young people going into politics, we always have the ideology that politics is a dirty game. So if you don't want to play dirty, don't go into politics. And this has also been a mindset that has been spread around even Christians and Muslims.
Yes.
People that say, oh, we are Puritans. We don't want to soil our hands in a dirty game. And I'm so glad that right now we've realized that we have made a mistake.
Yeah.
If you want to change things, then you need to be in the gathering where decisions are made.
Yes.
So if we don't get into politics, how do we even want to change these things in the first place? How do we even want to choose our own leaders? Someone was saying, oh, thank God I didn't vote. I said, thank God me, I voted. I might vote and my candidate does not win, the person I voted for.
Yeah.
But I have one thing, I voted for someone. That is my point. That is what I want to take home.
Yes, so now if we mobilize to get young people involved in politics, what should be the drive? For instance, the impact of social media was felt during the recent NSAS protests that took place majorly were firstly in Lagos, Abuja, and then spread to other cities or states in Nigeria. The mobilization was done majorly through and by social media. But the coordination of, okay, what to do beyond the protest failed. Because if you talk to government, if you talk to anybody who is in leadership, you call attention. They must have people to relate to. That didn't follow. A political party could have emerged from that protest. So as young people, what kind of examples can be set for your generation, by your generation?
So I would say that passion, that will and drive we had during the NSAS protest, if we continuously have that for another 8 years, then this real change will start. Our generation, we must understand that in everything we do, we must be willing to compromise. We must be willing to stoop to conquer. We held the nation for a week or more, and we could not make anything out of it. Why? Because we wanted to be louder than we were already. For me, at that point, I was saying, my opinion was, we could have gotten, we can't get the presidency, we can't get it. Not because we can't, but because we're not prepared for it.
Yeah.
So, Kosovo is a good example. But at least, if our generation had asked for seats in the House of Rep at that time, if we had asked for if we had taken major decisions, if we had asked for local government seats to, some local governments around Nigeria, because really that's what the change is. The change is not totally up there as far as I'm concerned. The change is the local government chairman who's doing interesting things in his community. So in Lagos, if we have 20 local governments or 15 filled up with young people, that's a great achievement.
Young people who are working.
Young people who are working, who have a vision.
Because there are young people who have already joined the old bandwagon.
Exactly. So I think that's the way to go. The way to go is not to bid for the biggest. The way to go is to bid for the many small, the councillorship, the House of Rep, the House of Assembly. That's what we need to start from, because those are the people actually making the law. Those are the people controlling that immediate environment. So for me, that's my recommendation.
That's what's yours?
For me, my recommendations would be that young people should learn to support people for a cause, not for my cause.
Okay.
So.
Or what's in it for me?
Yes, what's in it for me? If we are going to be working to build a nation, let's build a nation. For instance, I don't want to support a Joshua because when he gets there, he's going to give me all the contracts in the state. I want to support him because when he gets there, he's going to do what is right for the state.
Yep.
So that would be something, so I don't have expectations that, oh, I supported him, I gave him all my support because I wanted this and that from him. I'm supporting him for the greater good. And then young people should also learn to use the social media to their advantage. We have used the social media for every other thing right now, and for more negative things than positive things. I think we should be able to use the social media now for more positive things.
Yeah.
The social media is a platform for people to converse, air your opinions, and all of that. Why not use it positively? If I'm to run for a position now, I have a platform of the social media to campaign. I have the platform of social media to tell people, this is my dream, this is my vision, this and this is what I want to do. So let's use that platform well. Let's not abuse it.
I'm smiling now because of what you just said and realizing that a lot of people on social media make noise. Many of them don't have PVCs. And whether we like it or not, we need to keep up the campaign for PVCs, because that's when the statement, your vote is your power, makes sense. You can't vote without a PVC. And many young people deliberately are not enrolling to have their PVCs. Is Kennesaw doing anything in that regard?
Yes, we're doing quite a lot though. Of course, we have our PVCs, and jokingly last week at the office, I was saying, how can we, I want to create a TV show. How can we gather people that are our own personal people, about 1,000 people, to get their PVC and vote through the prank, because we watch prank videos everywhere. And then I was just thinking randomly, like, okay, at least if I begin to count people from my church, people I know from all sorts, everywhere, I should be able to get at least 500 people that I know. My WhatsApp, I have over 3,000 people on my WhatsApp. So how can we get them all to have their PVC? Let me cook up a lie that I'm vying for a position. They will want to vote for me. I mean, well, maybe not vote for me, but I know the 500 that would respond to my call when I make the call that I want to have a meeting, and they will come. Have your PVC. You know, so these are some of the things we're thinking of. We're also thinking of creating the ideal Nigeria, the ideal future, because we know that that's the power of storytelling. Mm-hmm. Tell people for something over time, let them hear it over time, let them see it over time. It begins to register in their consciousness. How can we create a campaign where we no longer show the sad Nigeria, the pain in Nigeria? How can we begin to show police as what they should be? How can we begin to show our schools, the education system, as what it should be? How can we show in pictures, in stories, how can we show justice being delivered on time? You know, so these are some projects that we're thinking of that would help young people to change the mindset, to change their perspective of things, and take charge of the political space.
Now, you said something about there being money in theater, in the dramatic arts and all that. How do you rate the coming of Netflix to the Nigerian space? How? The impact you think it's had or it's having and could even further have on the income?
Okay, so I would say it's a good development. We should always expect change to come. And why I'm saying it's a good development is coming into this space, we now have the opportunity to meet these people one-on-one. And if I have a work that is good, I now have a platform. I can always run around and try to get them to see it. It might be difficult, but just the fact that they are there gives me that hope that, guys, you know what? Let's just keep doing this thing. One day, they are going to see it. So for me, it's a good development. And of course, it's good money. It's good money for the pocket.
Are you planning anything towards being able to tap into the Netflix money?
Yes.
Or let's say Netflix opportunity?
Opportunity. Yeah. Yes, actually, since 2020, we've been talking to a distributor who's also on the Netflix, who's also a Netflix consultant, who sources for films and so on. And we haven't, not that we haven't found the ideal story yet, but we personally, I would say, I don't know what it is. We have great stories. We have great work. We have great stories, script already, stories. But maybe the time hasn't come. Yeah. That's how I believe. That's how I see it. That when the time is right, the right content will find the right platform.
That's what he said about process again. That it takes time.
Yes.
You prepare for it, when the opportunity comes, then to say it in the parlance of the younger generation, you blow.
I just want to say this in light of this, what we're discussing. Maybe it would make sense or help anybody to understand what we mean better. Since we started Kenensaw in 2011, our dream has always been to, yes, tell stories across Nigeria, but be that organization that would employ 90% theatre graduates and take them around the world, make money, get exposed, gain more knowledge, and so on. And from the first year up until the third or fourth year, we kept trying, we kept contacting universities abroad that have theatre departments, and it wasn't working. And the second opportunity, we were slammed this time. It didn't work. And after the second one, while planning for the third one, we told us, as we discussed, we said, this will be the last time. This will be the last time. And indeed it was the last time. And we moved it to the point where the embassies in Nigeria are the ones who then look for opportunities for us abroad to say, we found this or we know these guys. We want you to come do something with them. So the process never fails.
That's the power of process, right? And taking your time preparing, not giving up at all. Now, with the experience you've had now, you started some almost 11 years ago, and respectively between you, each one of you will be anything between 30-something and 40, right? In about 10, 15 years' time, you'll be about 50 or a little older. They'll start calling you old man. What do you see yourselves doing in the next 10, 15 years?
I see myself still telling stories, but most importantly, teaching.
Okay.
I apologize for using this word. I hate the way the system of teaching and training in Nigeria. It's like a war zone. So that's why I train, that's why I facilitate workshops quite a lot, from team bonding to any other thing. In 10, 15 years' time, I want to keep training, I want to keep developing people in different fields, not just arts, in business of creativity, in different art forms. People need to be able to not just communicate effectively, but through the arts, through this training, know where they want to go, know what is right for them.
All right, so Anifa?
I'm not going too far from that. And the reason why I would say teaching, training people is so far we are products of people that have gone ahead of us, even though we don't have the opportunity to really learn from as much people as we would love to. That's why I would say teaching. I want to be able to open my doors and have 50 people, 100 people who say, you know what, I actually learned from this guy, and he's a great guy. And for me, it's a ripple effect. When you teach people, you are giving them a part of yourself that you don't get back. And when you teach them, they teach others who teach others. So it's a ripple effect.
So that's like you're both committed to giving back to society.
Yes.
For the opportunities you have had.
Yes.
Before we go, I'd like to say to both of you that you're such an inspiration.
Thank you.
You are. And you show that there is really hope for our country and society. But I want each one of you to look into the camera and say to your generation what you want them to do. Joshua?
Okay. Take responsibility. Take responsibility. Know that if you have a sister, if you have a brother, they are looking up to you, and you can't do things for them because you want it in return. So if you open up that mindset and do it for everybody, for the greater good, then things will change. Those things you want will change.
And if you
Wow. I would say to my generation, life is a process. So endure the process or enjoy it and wait for your time. Your time will surely come. And don't ever forget, in whatever you do, a good name is better than riches.
Yes, and it's been a wonderful time with these two gentlemen, Joshua Labi and Aniefio Iyang of Kennesaw Concept Productions, right? Yes. I have enjoyed myself, and you have really lifted up my spirits and hopes about the younger generation in Nigeria. Until the next time on this program, it's been nice having you. Thank you.
Thank you.